All right, welcome everybody to the 532nd meeting of Canterbury Regional Council. I just want to recognise that we are in a pandemic and acknowledge the effect that's having on everybody's lifestyle, and the fact that we're just having a different sort of meeting today, coming back from our lockdown. We're running a hybrid type of meeting. Which means that there's no public gallery, and we have people following us on another screen in the room next door, and people who are speaking at the public forum or the deputations will come in from there to speak to us. We have a number of those people with us today, which is really fantastic and just showing democracy in work, which is what our whole council is really about. And the meeting is being recorded. Devo's turned on the recorder, and it will be on the website at a later date. So I'd just like to call on Councillor Craig Pauling to give us a mihi whakatau. Thank you, Craig.
Ka hai te ata ka hapara te ata ka koro ki te manu ko warere te kutu ko te ata nui ka harai nā kata ki te umere he pō he ao ka o tia ti hei mauri ora. A te mihi tuatahi, mihi ki nā atua kaharoa, ho mai o kaha, ho mai o aroa ki a mātou I tēnei wa. I nā wā katoa hoki, anō reira nā atua tēnā koutou. A tēnā koutou nā tini mati ko wehe atu ki te pō, haere, haere atura. Haere ki Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa, Hawaii ki pau mau mau e nā mate, moi mai, oki mai. Apti hono tātai hono te honga mati ki te honga mati apti hono tātai hono nā kānuhi ora ko tai mai nei tēnā koutou. A tēnā koutou o nā hoe whā o nā kārangaranga maha kua hara mai nei ei tēnei rā ka wero mai tō whakaaro ki te tepu nei, ki te kaunihera nei. Kia Ben, Harry, Jay, Angela, Sarah, Kim, John, Mike, Simon and Robin. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou ko tai mai nei tēnei rā. Ki te hāpori titiro nei I tēnei rā, nā kai kaunihera, nā kai mahi, tēnā koutou. So kia ora koutou, just standing to acknowledge, thanks Jenny for opening up and handing over, acknowledge those that have gone before us, those that are struggling in this time, and of course the people we have coming before us this morning, an amazing list of people to give us their thoughts. So thanks everybody, kia ora koutou. Kia ora.
Thank you, Craig. So just to start out then, we're going to there are no apologies and there are no conflicts of interest. So we're up to agenda item 4, which is divided up into a public forum, deputations and petitions. There are no petitions, but there are 2 groups of people wanting to speak to us today. So a very big welcome to Ben Manson and Harry Miller, who will be speaking with us about land issues on Banks Peninsula and some difficulties there. And welcome also to Jay Graybill and Angela Christensen from the Central South Island Fish and Game, who will be specifically talking to us about Otawharikai, the lakes and the high lakes in the Ashburton high country. So first of all, I'd like to ask Ben and Harry to come to the table, please. Get your mask on. Oh, I'll do it. You can say something for that. Hold on, we'll just do it on the fly. Welcome Ben and welcome Harry to this council meeting. And I think Councillor Farm would just like to say a few words to welcome you as well. So Councillor Farm.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, kia ora korua, welcome in Harry, and apologies obviously for this rather unusual situation where we all look like mysterious bandits, not very welcoming for our guests. I really just want to acknowledge both of you, Ben, being on Banks Peninsula Zone Committee and your contribution there. Just for some context, Ben was a bit overhearing a lot about biodiversity and mahingakai and a lot of talk about it. He was really keen to put that talk into action and really look at how things could work on his own farm. So thanks for that. And I also want to acknowledge you, Harry, in terms of your work for Environment Canterbury prior to your role at Whirinui Landcare. Harry was a land management advisor, that's your role, isn't it? Thank you. And worked really closely with landowners on Banks Peninsula. So thank you both for being here today, and over to you. Kia ora. Sorry, and push your buttons when you want to speak. It's the right hand one.
And so I'll say that at 9 minutes, we'll hear a little 10 minutes of LD running to tell you that the team is up. So off we go. You will be here soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, thanks again for the opportunity to come in and yeah, talk today. Probably don't need to do an intro for myself. Seems that that's already been covered, but I will hand over to Ben, who will just give you a bit of an idea about his background and yeah, where this all sort of began.
Thanks, Gary. Well, I'm Ben Manson. I'm a second generation sheep and beef farmer on 400 hectares in Little River. I'm also a member of the Banks Peninsula Zone Committee. And the presentation we have for you today about carbon farming. The way Harry and I got started on this project is we were having a zone committee meeting and a large number of people were pushing for more native carbon farming on Banks Peninsula. For me, what some people were saying was quite scary and almost threatening. After a few days thought, I thought maybe they are on the right track in what they're saying. So I rang Harry and told him my thoughts. I also rang people above Harry at ECAM, telling them I'm happy to put part of my property up as a trial block for native carbon farming on Banks Peninsula. And if it is on, we will plant this area, but if it is not, and an affordable and viable option, we will stop saying it is. So we will now start the drone footage of the area, and I will talk you through the area. And then we'll show you the figures, and then the main points to come out of this.
Can I do it here? So you want me to turn a double speaker up? Cool. There won't be any sound, but this just gives you the context of the area that we're talking about. Ben will give you some extra detail.
This area is just under the Mount Sinclair Reserve, and that's basically the area there, and we'd run a fence up one side and plant the clear spurs. The area has wetlands that become rivers, a lot of native bush. A large amount of properties on Banks Peninsula have areas like this. I believe this area has been looked after by people who have farmed it before me and will be looked after by people who farm it after me. This area, which we would be planting, is the clear areas that you can see there pretty much. It's 24 hectares in total that we'd be planting, and the total area that would be fenced off is 48 hectares. The reason for wanting to plant this area in natives is I believe this area is a beautiful natural area with natural assets of established native bush and wetlands. To plant an area like this in pine trees, I believe over time would destroy the whole area. You can see on the bottom side there is pine trees. And up there in the fog is the Mount Sinclair Reserve. And the fence would basically run down the other side of that gully running down with the bush in it. And there's some of the wetlands there that you can see.
The main driver for planting the additional 24 hectares is obviously to try and meet eligibility criteria for the emissions trading scheme. So in its current form, that would be very difficult given the fact that it's slowly regenerating and would make it very hard to meet that definition. I suppose the point that we're trying to make is that this is a really good example of other areas on the Banks Peninsula and potential ways that we could help to incentivise and support landowners to look to have that country and established native. So basically, what we looked at doing is, like I say, taking that 48 hectares and looking at what is available and what would be the cost to essentially make the remaining 24 eligible for the emissions trading scheme. This is what we worked on, all the costings behind that. That 25,000 per hectare to establish had come from advice from Tumu Taiao, but we've also seen at the Environmental Defence Society some figures around establishment being well in advance of that, up around the 45,000 mark. So it's probably a fairly conservative estimate. But if we run with the 25 over 24 hectares, you're looking at an upfront cost of 600,000 to get that planted up in species and at a stocking rate to enable eligibility. We also looked at what that would cost then in terms of retiring that area from pastoral grazing, working on the fact that it's at currently running 6 stock units a hectare at $100 net profit. So while that area is taken out, that 24 hectares, that's looking at just under 15,000 a year lost from the grazing retirement. And that just gives you an idea of factoring in what carbon would contribute to the scenario. So the blue line is essentially the cost of establishment and maintaining that establishment over a 30-year period for that 24 hectares. And then the orange line shows you the impact of what or how native carbon would contribute to the cost. So still, both lines still very much heading in the wrong direction in terms of cost when you factor at the starting point being 600,000 in year 0 for establishment. So then we looked at okay, over that period, what's the difference between looking at a land use change to permanent native forest or trying to establish permanent native forest versus remaining in a pastoral system, a grazing system, and that's basically what it comes out at in terms of that land's yield, which doesn't paint a very supportive picture for Ben, who wants the best interest for or is doing this in his opinion the best interest for the land. The other point of interest that we looked at was just comparing the forestry option, but not an indigenous. So looking at a radiata pine plantation, and you can see there that table on the left has come from Tumu Taiao and some estimates around forest, how much a forest will return over a 20-year period. So if we divide that top figure out for radiata pine over 20 years, that's what we're looking at per hectare per year. So if Ben was purely or primarily going through this process looking at an economic return, radiata pine looks pretty attractive, but goes back to Ben's point earlier that in his opinion it's not what's best for the land. So what are we trying to say? Essentially, land use change is not as simple as it sounds. It's very complex, and there's not a lot of support out there, particularly for this form of land use change. Native planting is very expensive, particularly in that sort of climate and topography that Ben's looking at. The other question is, how do we support landowners, particularly in this scenario on Banks Peninsula, where we've got a fairly strong ecological landscape to enhance native biodiversity at this sort of level, because we want to be doing things at scale if we take into account some of our targets around greenhouse gases and reductions on those. The other thing we looked at is what support is currently available to address these issues and actually enable implementation. And then a question about looking at some of our current policy settings and whether we're looking at things holistically across all of those settings to get the best outcome basically for the land, but also factoring in the landowner. So I'll leave it to Ben for his closing statement and just a summary of how he's found this whole process, which is partly summarised up there, but I'll leave it to Ben to finish off.
So to plant this area in native is not financially viable. And if I was dead set on doing this and went to the bank and told them this is what I want to do, they would not allow me to do it. Since starting this project, Harry has left ECAM, but has remained interested in seeing it through. But I've had no support from anyone from ECAM or the Christchurch City Council. Going forward, I have come up with, to overcome some of the barriers, I believe that would help things like this get underway. It would be to be allowed to claim carbon credits on existing native bush or older trees. Some support from people who know about carbon farming and can find money to do projects like this if there is any available. So what we have found is this is not a realistic option for myself in areas of land like this, as there is no financial incentive to plant natives for carbon farming. So, thank you. Is there any questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ben? Yes, Councillor Grant Edge.
Thanks very much for your presentation. My question is the ETS trading scheme. What is the minimum hectares planted to enable you to get into that scheme?
Minimum is 1 hectare, but that has to make the definition of forestry or forest land. Definition, it has to be a hectare, but that hectare, at least a hectare, but that hectare has to meet the definition of forest land, which is extremely difficult to meet particularly for regenerating native.
Follow-up question really is to do with the scale that you're contemplating at this stage, reducing the scale in terms of your options, reducing the scale of land retirement, part revegetation, but not taking the scale so much to begin with that it's a balanced kind of approach, a bit of both economic return, regeneration naturally, and a bit of forced replanting. Have you considered those options?
Yes. Yep, we did it. We did through the process. I suppose the figures, the smaller you, particularly for Indigenous, the smaller the area, the smaller the returns, and so that needs to be factored in that essentially, regardless of what you choose, the area is going to be taken out of pastoral grazing, so you're still going to have a loss of income somewhere along the line. So most of the costs are fairly relative, regardless of scale. And again, it goes back to that point that those regenerating areas are very unlikely to be able to be utilised until they get to that forest definition.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Farm. Oh, sorry, Councillor Craig Pauling.
Oh, tuatahi kanu te mihi kia kōrua mō kōrua mahi tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira hei whakahaumanu te whenua o te taka o Rāwhai Hautu. So I'm just acknowledging you for your work, Ben and Harry, on this issue. I can share some sympathy with you, being a trustee of a 171 hectare land block on the Port Hills on the other side of Whakaropo. Banks Peninsula, so I understand what it's like to look at those frustrations. But I think there is help out there. So I'm just going to say that I'm keen to help with your work. I think the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and the Rod Donald Trust would also be interested in working alongside you guys. I heard that at the conference. So yeah, I'm just putting that out there. I won't go into any details, but yeah, I'd be keen. I think there is other support that could be brought to bear on this, including a unique solution for Banks Peninsula. I think if we went into central government. So.
Thank you, Councillor Paul and Councillor Lan.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ben and Harry. I guess I just want to ask generally in terms of our role as a regional council and pathways or advocacy areas that advocacy pathways that we might have to central government. What would you like us to be doing about this? Do you want us to pick it up and run with it in terms of like an example of a landowner like yourself trying to do the right thing? What would be helpful here?
Well, as a farmer on Peninsula, I am a farmer, and that's what I do. So it's just having support for people thinking of this, because I know a lot of people are thinking of this, but we want someone to go to, like pick up the phone, ring, and get everything pretty much accessible. And if it was financially rewarding, well, it's a lot more of an incentive to do it than to have it after 30 years owing you 700,000, because it's just not an option for me and for a lot of people. Got anything to do there?
Yeah, from my perspective, having worked as a land management advisor for Environment Canterbury, I think there's huge opportunity for streamlining the way that we or our land management advisors collect this type of information and connect with the community to understand who's wanting to do what. Particularly when you consider things like the Freshwater Improvement Fund, where they were looking at funding projects at scale. The more that we know about these types of projects and land farmers wanting to do these types of things, and not just farmers, the more information we have to take to those large funding regimes and say, well, we've got engagement, we've got projects. The biggest barrier is the financial one. And I also think when you look at likes of the SCAR program that's operating in North Canterbury, is another great example of not only where Environment Canterbury can build relationships with farmers, but it takes away another barrier that is primarily a financial one. And a similar project like that on the peninsula, particularly the native retirement component of SCAR, would get things happening fairly quickly, I would have thought.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Tumu Taiao, Yarn Cranwell.
Kia ora kōrua, kia ora Ben, tēnā koe, kia ora Harry. Ben, you mentioned at the start, just since Harry's left ECAN, there's been no support. You're on the zone committee. So is there just this? You said the discussion came out of the zone committee, but is there no support on the zone committee, or you're not feeling supported, or?
No, I've had no support for this project since I made the calls to Harry and people above Harry. I've had no contact from anyone showing interest in this project. I presented it to the zone committee and have been asked to come and carry it through to here, but there has been no feedback, no information on availability to money. I wouldn't know where to go to try and get those contacts. As a landowner, I think if you wanted the stuff to happen, you've got to make things like that a lot easier and accessible.
Oh yes, go.
So similar to Councillor Pauling there, Ben. So we've got the farm over at Te Kyle, Tumberdown Bay. We're doing a lot of work on this kind of looking to the future and work like this. So maybe I'll send some contact details and, in a sense, looking for a local peninsula solution for this. That we're kind of a long way down the track looking at this. Kia ora.
All right, we've got Councillor Ian McKenzie next.
Thanks for the presentation, Dan. There was some suggestion from this council that we could
force you into doing things by regulating you to doing a lot of this work anyway. What would be your reaction to that? Well, if that's the way you want to go, that's absolutely fine. But I think the best way to get a good positive response for everyone is to work with and not force. If you want to be heavy-handed, that's fine. And I dare say with those wetlands, there is a time when they are going to have to be fenced off, but I believe it's better to go with people than to force them. And if you want to force, well, bring it on, sort of thing. Right? It's just the way it is. So, yeah, that's about my answer. Is I believe forcing is not the way to go, but it is certainly heading that way, and people are starting to feel that way, and you will get pushback.
Oh, thank you for Ben. We're going to give you support out of this, so just to make sure that you're aware of that. But thank you for clearing that up. Councillor Megan Hands and then Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Thanks, Ben and Harry. Sorry, I didn't write all the figures down. So we're just wondering whether or not you've done any sensitivity analysis around what the carbon price would need to be for Indigenous forest for this to break even at the current project or at different percentages of the establishment cost. Have you run some numbers around that to see where it would need to be if someone would to change the price or to design a scheme that would be additional to the ETS or anything like that?
Short answer is it would probably need to be about the price or the lookup tables would have to be pretty similar to radiata pine, or potentially an exotic hardwood species. And that's just probably the nature of the species that we're talking about. Different trees grow at different rates and therefore sequester carbon at different rates. But I just think there's a huge opportunity here to support and incentivize the right type of tree. And surely that's what we're trying to do. And it probably goes back to Lan's comment. I think there's opportunity here for the council to advocate for some structural changes to the ETS to promote this, to promote or provide more incentive for Indigenous planting. And if that's a premium, then that's great. Or if it's a restructure of the lookup tables, that's great. But surely, like I say, we're trying to incentivise the Indigenous being the most attractive option. But no, during that process, we haven't. Obviously, since then, the carbon price has changed. But again, that's all relative depending on the lookup tables. So, yeah, there's certainly an opportunity there to look at some restructuring of the ETS for sure, I think.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie, and that'll be the last.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, there up north, there's a farm that actually does some native forest, native forestry, actually native forest for cutting down, and that was achieved by an arrangement with the council that permitted the landowner to subdivide off a small part of his land and sell it to actually finance the planting of the much larger area of forest. And I wonder whether it would be helpful, perhaps. I suppose I recall we did have a paper on incentives for this kind of thing for planting forest, and I wonder whether we could revisit that along with things like, would something like a rates rebate or discount, could that help with financing this kind of thing? I mean, what do you think of those sorts of solutions?
Well, to me, it's first 10 years of 600,000, and I just haven't got that money to throw at things like this. And with children coming through and things like that, it's very difficult to find that sort of surplus money to dispose of. And pretty much that's what you're doing, I believe. So a reduction in rates, no, it wouldn't help things much at all, really. It's not. It's such a huge cash injection that is needed to get something like this off the ground. It's I can't even see what would go close to it, really, that I know of that's out there.
Ben during this process did also raise the point that if someone had the financial assets or money available to purchase the land and go about planting it in Indigenous their own way, then he'd be open to that option, provided that the land goes for the price that it's worth. But again, when you start getting into that scenario, and we're seeing it probably throughout the country, most investors are looking for the best return off that land, and we go back to the figures around Radiata Pine. And is that going to go in? Is that piece of land going to go into essentially what Ben thinks it should be in? And I think most people probably think it should be in, or is it going to go back into what pays the most? So yeah, again, it probably comes back to that same point that's up there in the second line, is that I don't believe, in my experience on the peninsula, that farmer engagement is the issue. I can probably think of at least 10 farmers off the top of my head that are interested in doing this sort of work. They're just in exactly the same position as Ben. They just, it's finding a way to make it not just return, but meet even, essentially.
All right. Well, look, I want to thank you both for coming along here and being so frank and so clear. And it's very clear what you're telling us. So, you know, we need to look into that, and we need to be supportive of you. There is no intention of forcing you to do anything. This council is not doing that. That was just a question Ian was asking, so we could get a reflection back on how you would feel about that. But please feel sure that that's not the process that we're going down at the moment. So I think it's great that you've been so clear and frank with us. And what we're going to do now is we have a process where we ask the CEO, and actually I'm finding it really hard to talk with this mask on, so I'll just have to do this. We're going to ask the CEO to investigate this situation, and I think it's fantastic that you've got Councillor Craig Pauling, who knows so much about native plantings, and he's going to come and support you. And I'm sure we'll get some more support from staff, and we'll have a good look into this situation. So if you just wait a minute, we'll pass a formal resolution around that, and then we'll get back in touch with you shortly. So thank you sincerely for coming along. So I'm going to move that recommend that the council receives the matter from Ben Manson and Harry Miller on the challenges and realities of Banks Peninsula landowners they face when exploring dedicating land to native forest regeneration, and we're going to refer that matter to the CEO for investigation and reporting back to you. So I'll move that. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Lan Fan. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. So thank you both very much, and especially for giving up your time to come in here. So somebody will help escort you out of the room. Thanks very much. All right, I'd just like to now invite the next two people to our public forum. That's Jay Graybill and Angela Christensen, who are coming from the Central South Island Fish and Game. If you'd like to come up to the table, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Well, welcome, Jay and Angela. Thank you very much for taking the time to come to council today. And over to you, really. We see you've got a presentation. We've got it all ready to go. If you just have to press your button in front of you for the speaker. And we're sorry that you have to wear masks, but that's the situation we're in. So over to you. Thanks very much.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Jay Graybill. I'm Chief Executive of Central South Island Fish and Game based in Temuka, and with me is the Resource Officer for CSI, Angela Christensen. Thank you for the opportunity to appear and present our concerns about the rapidly degrading conditions at O2 Wharakai. As you will be aware, O2 Wharakai is a complex of iconic high country lakes and surrounding wetlands rapidly approaching a significantly degraded state. First slide presents the major points that we would want to speak to. O2 Wharakai have high cultural significance to Ngāi Tahu and high cultural, recreational, and scenic values to New Zealand. We are not qualified to speak to the cultural significance, but fully support Ngāi Tahu in their endeavors. These lakes are in danger of tipping, with many currently not meeting LWRP freshwater objectives for lakes. Degradation is not readily reversible, especially once lakes have reached tipping point. Ironically, there are no statutory tools available in the short term to address this current crisis. The options for statutory tools take too long, and we simply do not have the luxury of time for those to come into place. What I would like to do now is to show the evidence of the crisis, and I will borrow from the report prepared jointly by ECAN and Department of Conservation staff. And I would wish to acknowledge the co-authors from ECAN, Tina Beyer and Adrian Meredith, who are both top-notch scientists in their field and fully qualified to address this issue and are well versed with the situation at O2 Wharakai. Let's see. I think I was supposed to press the left one or the right one.
You can press the arrow on the
Oh,
keyboard. That will.
those are much more familiar. Yeah, thank you. I will show you a series of tables from this joint memorandum prepared by DOC and ECAN staff. And there's a lot of information in them, and I'm not wanting to try to explain all of that or for you to understand all of that. The purpose is for you to get the general impression. What you're looking at is a table that on the left-hand column lists various lakes in O2 Wharakai. And then what the table shows is the reduction of in-lake concentrations for various of the water quality parameters that would be required to cause these lakes to return to a healthy state. And the impression I wish you to take from this is the predominance of the red and the orange. Now that indicates that reductions in those water quality parameters in the range of approximately half of those figures, half of those reductions are in excess of 60%, and some go as high as 80 to 90%. So the impression that I wish you to take is the degraded nature of those lakes. This is a table that shows LWRP assessments in terms of TLI, and I will assume that you understand TLI. And again, it lists the lakes in the left-hand column, and about halfway across, it has a column headed up LWRP met. And I just want to make you aware that none of those lakes meet LWRP freshwater objectives for lakes. The next chart I would like to show, and again, apology for the visibility, but on the left-hand side are key water quality parameters for Lake Clearwater, and on the right, key water quality parameters for Lake Heron. What I'd like to draw your attention to is the lower left quadrant, both of those, and the results are circled that show the very rapid and recent increase in chlorophyll A in lake concentrations. What this suggests is that those lakes are in imminent risk of tipping, and that is a shift to a persistent degraded state. And to reinforce, I would like to take a quote from the ECAN doc memorandum as follows. Degradation is not readily reversible, especially once lakes have reached their tipping point. I'd like you to concentrate on that particular message. Degradation is not readily reversible, especially once lakes reach their tipping points. To this, I would add to my closing comment that to allow any of these iconic lakes to reach tipping point will be a lasting legacy of your council. A firm commitment is required to take urgent action with the emphasis on urgent. And here I will ask Angela to continue with the presentation.
So we must consider where we go to from here. And urgent action is the key takeaway message from today. A number of actions are envisaged to halt the degradation and avoid the lakes tipping. And the modeling done to date indicates that substantial reductions, as you've just seen, in the catchment nutrient loads are required to meet the Land and Water Plan lake objectives. It's not thought that good management practice or shifting stocks or putting up fences, while all valuable on-farm tools, are going to translate into the kinds of reductions necessary to protect the lakes and the ecosystem. This is large-scale reduction that we're talking about, and it will almost certainly require financial backing. So in that respect, Fish and Game requests that this council approach central government immediately and engage in conversations in an urgent manner, as the issue is one of national scale and significance. It is this council's job to manage this area in a way that protects the health of freshwater and that prioritizes the well-being of freshwater ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to ask some questions now, and then we will ask the CEO to tell you some of the work that we've been urgently undertaking. So we'll start out with Councillor Lan Farm, and then Councillor Ian McKenzie, Councillor Clearwater, and Councillor Nicott Marshall. So, Councillor Lan, oh, not you. Sorry.
Thank you for this presentation and really emphasising the urgency of this issue. My question is around the various inputs to the lakes, because what we hear whenever we get reports like this is sort of, oh, we need to know a bit more information about this input or that input. And I wondered if you had any reflections in terms of you saying, you know, that we need to just take drastic and immediate action about whether we do need more information about various inputs, or is some sort of blanket approach necessary here? I'm not sure. What are you thinking?
I think that, I mean, there are things.
Oh, sorry, in your button. I've stolen it. Thank you.
I think there are things that are being done. For instance, around Lake Clearwater, the Ashburton District Council has required that holding tanks are installed by the end of this year. And certainly farmers are engaged in this conversation and are looking at what they can do on farm. I think in terms of further monitoring, further testing, while that's all good information to gather, that takes time, and that takes a lot of time, especially to continue to get enough data to look at trends. And we don't have that kind of time. And so while I think that is valuable to do, I think in this circumstance, that we don't have the time to be looking at years and years of data collecting still.
And if I could add to that, speaking as a scientist, I would be in that area. One is always looking for more and more information. But I think the information that's available now is entirely sufficient in order to require urgent action to be taken. So it would be helpful perhaps in the longer term for there to be clear up some of the misunderstandings. But I think the evidence is so clear and so compelling that action is required now rather than trying to delay to gather more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we're aware of all the information and we don't disagree that urgent action is required. But Jay, you made the comment that you thought that the state of the lakes would be a legacy for this council to, if we can't change things around quickly. I would wonder, so my question is, do you support the view that in fact that the issue that we're facing, and specifically in the Ashburton Lakes, but in a lot of the high country, is actually as a result of the Helen Clark initiative to force tenure review on a lot of these landowners, run holders, I should say. So they effectively lost their summer country, and then were forced into intensifying the remaining land and the better country that they were left with. And in fact, the legacy goes back to that issue, and we're left with the mess to clean up. And the reason why I think that has some import is that view, and that's certainly my view, and it's one that is shared by many run holders in the high country, is that when and if we are talking to central government, that might be a reflection we might take on one of the issues.
I think that's a fair comment. I think that tenure review is certainly part of the issue, and I also think that that is why probably the best approach is one to central government as an all-of-government approach, because all of these departments sit under that umbrella, and I think really that's the only way to get this solved. In an urgent way. I don't think that you can do it alone is what I think we're trying to say. You cannot tackle this kind of problem at this kind of scale.
Thank you for your answer. Councillor Clearwater.
Thank you. And this is in terms of not doing alone, it's along the lines of my question, because it clearly, as we've discussed, there's a number of contributors to the issue for the lakes. And I'm just wondering, one of those contributors, of course, is the effluent and sewage from the batches at Lake Clearwater. So I'm just wondering, have you been able to talk to the Timaru District Council around the work that we understand that they are meant to be doing in relation to disposal of better disposal methods for sewage and wastewater, especially at the Clearwater batches?
Yes, and it's the Ashburton District Council. That's been an ongoing conversation with them. CSI Fish and Game actually is one of the hut holders in that settlement, and we replaced our septic tank to a holding tank some 7 years ago. And in our recent conversations with ADC, they're taking action to insist that holding tanks be installed for all of those settlement huts by the end of this year.
Just clear, it wasn't a septic tank you replaced, it would have been a long drop, was it? Sorry? Was it a septic tank or a long drop you replaced in your hut?
Ours was a
Thank you. Councillor Craig Falling. Oh, sorry, Craig.
That's okay. Hey, thanks, Angela and Jay, for bringing this to us. I agree with the initial part of Ian's comment that we don't disagree with the need for action, and we're aware of the issue. So I just want to thank you. I was really interested in your thoughts on. I know you've suggested that we should go to central government, and that's a sort of a process thing that I think is important. But what are the top three on the ground things that you think could be done? I think that would be great to hear from you.
Thanks, Craig. I guess from a fish and game point of view, I think one of the really helpful things that we're continuing to do as part of the advisory group is getting everyone in the room with the farmers, and continuing to look at ways that, you know, changes can be made on farm, addressing the septic system or the holding tanks at the hut settlement. I know that Ashburton District Council is also going ahead with undertaking some work to kind of re-envision or look at what the community of Clearwater want to see in terms of going forward, what they want that to look like. So I think that those definitely, there's support for the continued work for the advisory group, and getting enough resources on the ground to be able to help the farmers up there. There's only 4 of them. And I think, you know, we've lost from ECAN staff, we've lost some really key experienced people in that area. And so it would be really important to have that knowledge and that on the ground staff there going forward as a priority from ECAN.
Thank you. Jan, do you want to comment?
Kia ora, you just mentioned about previously about cultural knowledge and values, etc. And then on the advisory group with Te Runanga Waro Whenua. Have you had kind of more one-on-one discussions with the Runanga and just kind of some values and ways forward with working together?
The discussions have all been within the advisory group. So that's ourselves and ECAN and the Department of Conservation with Runanga. The group for quite a long time, it was just that core group. And our last meeting was the first meeting with the landowners or farmers in that area. So all prior conversations have been with just the core kind of statutory and Runanga.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, did you have a question?
Angela, I think you just about answered it because my question was around the advisory group, so that's the statutory agencies plus the Runanga.
Yes, and the farmers were brought in from the last.
And the farmers are now at that?
Yes.
ADC,
Yes, sorry. ADC is part of that as well, Ashburton District Council.
Hut holders?
No camping people or hut holders. I think that the hut holders were going to be brought in on the field trip that got canceled. So there was that field trip planned and it was canceled because of COVID, and the hut holder representative was going to appear at that.
So just a wee bit of clarification around that. So the hut holders and the campers are represented by ADC?
No, not in their own. ADC is representing themselves as their statutory body. And the hut holders were going to be presenting at the joint field trip. Hut holders themselves do not have a single body with a representative there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Elizabeth McKenzie. So I'd like to know, given that this area now also has sort of what I would call legacy pollution, so pollution that's there, that's going to be there long term. Is there anything that you think could be done with on-farm interventions, or do you think that it may be a case of actually taking farms out of production or providing compensation? I mean, do you sort of have any feedback?
Sorry, I should also add, in terms of that group, it's just making me think that LINS is also part of that advisory group, and they're an important role to have there, because that is important in terms of one of those farms that has not gone through, maybe 2 have not gone through 10-year review. So as the managers of that land, they're an important body to be there. I don't know if whether on-farm practices can achieve some of these huge reductions that are necessary. That's certainly something that the farmers are looking at and engaged with, but we haven't seen, anything to say. And this is, I think, where the farmers are concerned that, taking X action is going to have this consequence. And it's quite hard if there is any kind of lag times or something that we don't know about, what those kind of reactions are going to be or how you will see that within the ecosystem. And I think that's the challenge. And that's why there's been some calls for continued monitoring and gathering more evidence, is to try and pin down what actions can we do on farm to achieve these kind of reductions, because they are so significant. So I don't know of any one thing that is going to achieve that kind of reduction.
All right, well, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, well, look, as Ian already pointed out, I don't think there's anyone at the table that doesn't believe that this needs urgent action, but we really want to thank you because you've filled in a bit more on the ground information for us that from our group's point of view. So your advocacy here is really appreciated, and that's really helped inform us. So it's fantastic that you've come forward. I'll just ask our CEO, Stephanie Ricksetter, to give you a little bit of an update about what we are doing just at the moment.
Kia ora korua, Jay and Angela. Thank you very much, both for the presentation and the indication of urgency. And can I just highlight your contribution with regard to the Runanga-led working group? That too is very welcome. This council has had a recent briefing, which the working group itself had. And so these councillors are well aware of the issues, including much of the material you presented today. In terms of what we're seeking to do is how do we deal with statutory and non-statutory? You've attended to the time frame issue around statutory. This council accepts that. The question is, what can we do in the intervening periods? I think really the key question that this council has in terms of the central government question is, what would a potential solution be that we can put on their table in which to advocate? And that is a paramount urgency for the staff and for, I think, all of the entities that are engaged with O2 Wharekai for precisely the reasons that you've indicated. Staff have been working with the property holders of late, particularly to see what non-statutory actions could be taken quite immediately. And there is the question of potentially having a further hui with a larger grouping to have the kororo in terms of what do we do next, and then be able to say, where does that go in terms of central government? So through you, Chair, those are the actions underway at present.
Yes, thank you very much. We want to also make sure that all the key players down there, and we were aware that the hut owners hadn't been involved in those advisory committee discussions, and we have had some engagement with them this term of council from last New Year when Ian McKenzie actually stepped up and went to the AGM. And we've had some, so we are really concerned to get everybody up to date with this information as quickly as we can. So you coming here has certainly helped with that. Did you want to make a wee final comment and then we'll move on with the process?
Probably wanted to say thank you for the opportunity, and we would look forward to working with ECAN individually or more appropriately in the wider grouping moving forward. But we still hit on the main point that it's urgent action that's needed, and it is the biggest effect is probably reduction of the inputs of nutrients into those various lakes, and that's a vexed sort of issue to address, and that's why we're suggesting central government involvement with some funding that has to come forward. Thank you.
I think we pretty much agree with that. So thank you very much, and we'll be back in touch with you. But in the meantime, if you just wait a minute, we pass a resolution now to ask our CEO to do an investigation around this and get back to you in writing as well, and we'll be in contact besides that as well. So I'd like to move. It's recommended that council receives your presentation from the Central South Island Fishing Game on the critical state of O2 Wharekai, the Ashburton Lakes, and we refer this matter to the CEO for investigation. It's seconded by Councillor Peter Scott. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. So thank you sincerely for coming. We really, really appreciate the work you're doing in this area, and we need groups like you. So keep it up. Thank you very much. And I know you've got a statutory role as well, so it's fantastic. Thank you.
Can I just make a point of order regarding item 3. On 3.3.2 and 3.19.6, the former being the chair deciding questions where the standing orders are insufficient. 3.19.6 referring to time limit on presentation. There isn't a defined time limit on questions. I've noted from the last two presentations that the questions have exceeded the time frame of the presentation. At the current rate, we're not going to finish the deputations until 2:30, and I'm requesting at this point that you implement a time limit on questions, please.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. I was about to talk to Council about that in terms of the transport one. I don't think and I did decide that it was really important with those two really important issues. I consciously made a decision to do it that way, and that's the power the chair has to do that actually, and other parts of the standing orders and the rules around the chair. So I would like to say now, if you could please all just, we'll just have like small number of questions for clarification around each of these people, because they're basically talking about the same thing with slight variations, because otherwise we're not going to get to, we won't even be up to, we won't, if we did everyone with half an hour, the meeting will be just about finished before we can make any decisions. So we just need to do that. So, all right, we're going to have the first person is online. We're going back to zero. Okay. Are we going to these? Yeah. This is a little bit difficult too with this happening. So the first people that I'd like to call to the table will be Kim Fowler and Gregory Fleming. If you'd like to come in from the University Students' Union. Oh, Sarah is online. Oh, sorry, this is a misfire. Sorry, with staff, we're just going to have to ask you not to come in for a minute. We're really sorry about that. We've got to muddle up with somebody online. So,
can I just check?
Oh, hi, Sarah. Sorry about that. Can you hear us?
Kia ora. I can hear you, and I'm
you
sorry.
I've had speaker on. I think you need to turn your mic off. On. Can you hear us? Might be us. You can hear us. We can't hear you. Hold on a minute. We'll just try and get it fixed. Just a minute. Can we get it fixed? Can you hear us now? Or can we hear you? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. You can hear us. We can't hear you.
My mic is on.
Yeah. Oh, we can hear you now. Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Loud and clear. Well, welcome to the meeting, Sarah. Thank you for coming as a deputation. With this, we're going to give you 10 minutes to talk, and then we'll ring a bell at 9, and then we'll have a short number of questions because we have 6 presentations around this transport issue. But thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Over to you.
Thanks so much. I'd just like to thank. No, I'm not. Forgive me if I have an echo, but I've had a lot of technical trouble this morning, and I just wanted to thank Natasha for her help and support. So I'm speaking this morning in support of discounts and bus fares for tertiary students. And I won't take up an enormous amount of your time, but I just wanted to highlight that we have multiple wins here. We have a win for the environment. As you know, we're in a climate emergency, and we simply need to take action to reduce our emissions. We know that car travel is responsible for a significant quantity of these emissions. So anything we can do to increase use of public transport is going to be a good thing. This is also a real win for our residents, especially in Ilam. The Ilam Residents Association has come out strongly in support of this proposal. Because it will reduce the congestion and the amount of parking on what are already quite busy residential streets. It's a win for our people with mobility impairments. There's obviously going to be a significant group of people who are completely unable to use public transport. And by reducing the amount of burden on the streets and for parking will make it a lot easier for those that need to use their cars to get around to do so. It's a financial win because we know that buses running full cost pretty much the same amount of money to run as buses that are running empty. So bottom line is we need to get those bums on seats, literally. We know that if we're going to be selling 10 seats at $2, we're going to be putting more money into the pot than selling one seat at $5. Of course, it's going to be a win for our students. It's the rare student that has money to spare, and anything that we can do to reduce the financial burden on them has got to be a good thing. Now, I know that we're targeting in Auckland, we have a trial on reductions and support for people with community services card, and I know that you've been talking to that particular issue, but this I think is a really good place to start, and I highly encourage it. We're going to enable this generation also to look at public transport, or rather not using their cars as a first option when they're considering how to get from A to B. And I know for myself, I was a student in London where public transport was regular, affordable, and it was really just the way that we all got around. So we want to encourage lifetime habits, and this has got to be a good thing. So really, in summary, it's a win for the environment, it's a win for residents, it's a win for those with mobility impairments who really need to use cars. It's a win for a financial win, and it's a win for students. I really urge you to give this proposal some serious consideration. And I really thank you for the opportunity to make this deputation to Environment Canterbury. Thank you for your time. And I'm really open to questions, but I hear that you're also running over time. So happy to keep it short too.
Well, thank you very much for that excellent presentation, Sarah. So who has got a question for Sarah? Are there any questions? I think you might have been so clear and so straightforward. I listed so many good advantages that we don't want to ask you any questions. So that's wonderful. And oh, there is one. There's Councillor John Sunkel. He would like to ask you a question.
Of challenging. Everything we do in this space involves money and funding. And at the moment, with a lack of government funding through Wakatahi and others, the impost then, I guess, sits with the ratepayers of Christchurch and Greater Christchurch. So my challenge is, how do we get funding out of central government to actually make these things happen rather than just talk about them?
Yeah, look, I mean, you make a really good point, Councillor, and thank you for that. It really is one of those situations where I think we can explore all the opportunities for funding, and we can start to really do some significant work together. I think holding any particular single entity or organisation solely responsible isn't going to be a win here, because as I've said before, we've got wins in all areas. So I think that we can actually approach, we can come at the funding issue from many different angles as well, and I would be fully supportive of that.
Thank you very much. All right, well, we might finish it there, and thank you very much for taking
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, bye for now, Sarah. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
So I just call to the table now Kim Fowler and Gregory Fleming from the University of Students Association at the University of Canterbury and the University of Lincoln. Thank you. Lincoln University.
Move to accept her.
Oh, we need to move to accept her. Just before we get you to start, but please have a seat. We'd like to move to accept that deputation from Sarah Pallett for Ireland, speaking around student bus concessions. Who would like to move that? Moved by Councillor Phil Clearwater, seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Well, welcome, Kim and Gregory. Thank you so much for giving up your time for coming along. It's fantastic. And we'll just introduce yourselves for a bit and then speak, and you've got 10 minutes. At 9 minutes we'll ring the bell, and then there'll be a few questions around that. But thank you so much for coming. You want to introduce yourself, because maybe I've got you the wrong people. You never know.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, cool. Kia ora koutou, ko Kim Fowler toku ingoa. I'm the president of the University of Canterbury Students Association, so representing the some 16,000 students at the University of Canterbury.
Kia ora koutou, ko Gregory toku ingoa. I am the Lincoln Uni Students Association president, representing about 3,000 students out at Lincoln.
Awesome. So we're here today I think this is our third time being in front of you, so thank you so much for the further opportunity, but to urge you to consider this tertiary discount on public transport. This comes after some months of advocacy around the issue, but also engagement from our wider community further than just us as students. We're convinced at this point that this isn't only good for us, but something that will bring benefit for our environment, to residents, to even people who drive and our wider community. During this process, we started a petition for discounted tertiary fares for students in Canterbury, which now at this point has received 2,037 signatures. I want to first start by outlining why we think a discount is a good idea, then by explaining why now is the right time, and then speak about how we could work collectively on this into the future. For us as students, there are two strong arguments for a discount: a climate argument and an equity argument. When we surveyed students back in April, many reported that they wanted to do the right thing for the environment, but it was just cheaper to drive than it was to bus. They were frustrated that buses were so expensive, as many were willing to accommodate routes, but not to take on a cost to do this. Other students studied transport at university and were frustrated that the initiatives that were being discussed in class were not being implemented in the real world. From an equity perspective, students are a group in society who live on a small income, who often have to make transport decisions based solely on cost. Students who live on $240 a week are likely to only have $20 left over after paying for rent, food, and bills, and this is in Canterbury. This makes cost the main driver for these students who don't have a part-time job. Other students may have chronic conditions and be forced to bus as it is the only option, putting them in a tough financial situation. We have since we came to you the first time seen other reasons as to why this is a good idea. It would get cars off the road, reducing congestion for those who need to use them. It could free up car parks, helping to alleviate the parking issues our residents face. It could also get more young people into the city centre, assisting with its revitalisation. I would also add that a discount may also incentivise students from regional Canterbury to stay here to study, rather than travelling further afield to Otago or the North Island. We know that the cost of living factors into tertiary study decisions. Now is the right time to be implementing a public transport discount for students here. Our biggest chance at influencing behavioural change is at the start of an academic year, when we have a new cohort of students move into our halls of residence, many without cars. If we can work together to market this discount next February through our orientation, I believe that this will have a larger impact than implementing the discount in the middle of an academic year. After a few months, students have formed new habits in their halls or their flats, and their behaviour will be much harder to influence. And also that as a Students' Association, we play a part in that orientation and are very happy to use what resources we have. We are committed to continuing to drive this conversation further, acknowledging that Environment Canterbury, as the provider of our local buses, is not the only funding body that could be involved in these decisions, and that students have indicated that fares-free transport would be a bigger driver to change modes. We are interested in exploring a fare-free option, both with our institution or as a wider government-funded product that is provided to tertiary students throughout their studies or as part of student support packages. In my ideal world, it would be best if we could effectively demonstrate, after a successful fare reduction trial, data from engagement around free fares and how that would affect behaviour, and then take this to the government or the institution and ask for funding. We are committed to these conversations. So, in summary, thank you so much for your consideration and enthusiasm for this proposal. Thank you to your staff for their mahi and helping us to understand the impacts. And thank you for giving us this platform to explain why, if this is to be, this mask is very hard, if this is to be implemented successfully, it needs to be implemented at the start of the year.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. I just want to echo those responses. This is not just an issue about supporting students into increasing accessibility. Anything that we can do to increase students' access to education is actually great for our society, great for our economy. It means we've got skilled workers entering the workforce for 50 years and actually contributing to a more carbon neutral economy as well. We are in a climate emergency. We need to meet carbon neutrality by 2030, and this is one great way where we can get less cars on the road and actually reduce the pollution in Canterbury. It habituates young people into using the bus. If you get them, especially at the start of the year, academic year, you get them using it for not just only their academic career, but more likely for their career post university or study. The user pay model is not successful for students. It works maybe for people who are, who have work full time and are on routes that are really accessible, but for students in particular, it is not successful. I caught the bus in this morning from Hoon Hay, and there was only 5 people on that bus. That was an off-peak time, but that is a great time for students to be using the public transport because often they won't have lectures sometimes until 11. They might finish up at 3. They might be going into in the evening to study. So actually they're using off-peak. So it actually won't have a big impact on those peak times and will actually increase income during those off-peak times. And also Dunedin, Wellington, Auckland, Palmerston North and the Waikato, Hamilton, all which have all our other universities except Canterbury and Lincoln, all have some form of public transport subsidy. However, Christchurch and Lincoln do not. And so that is one thing where I think we need to catch up with the rest of the country on. Wellington are campaigning for free fees. All we're asking for is just a discount at this point. So therefore, Lincoln University Students Association is in support of this role. And in terms of the marketing and getting this off the ground, we are not just committed, but our institution is. I'd like to read a letter from our Vice-Chancellor, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, and the Chair of the Lincoln University Sustainability Task Force. Tēnā koutou, councillors. On behalf of the Lincoln University, I wish to confirm that we are supportive of implementing a fit-for-purpose tertiary concession for public transport. Lincoln University has recently released its sustainability plan with a focus on carbon neutrality by 2030, and we see increased use of public transport an important initiative in supporting this. We are passionate about getting our students and staff to and from Lincoln in a sustainable way. Lincoln University is very keen to work with ECAN to promote additional activities to ensure increased use of public transport. Nā ku ngā. So you see, you don't just have the support of us, but you also have the support of our institutions to make sure this actually goes ahead, because they are also committed to meeting their carbon reduction goals. And so actually it's all about a collaborative approach, because we can't just do this with one agency or the other. We actually have to work all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you, Kim. That were excellent presentations. Is there anybody wanting to ask a question? All right, well, thank you very, yes, yeah, I'm sorry.
Kia ora kōrua. Hopefully I asked this question and you probably already answered it. But so in the sense of tertiary or student, so would it be full time, part time, or any if you did any class, or if it was one class a night, is that still regarded as a student concession?
My personal perspective is that priority should be given to full-time students or those over 0.8 Fs, but I understand that there may be some thought given to how best to regulate it and who has a student ID. And so I wouldn't be able to give you a clear answer on that, because there might be a cost to determining who is full-time or not. And so I would think that maybe some further consideration could be given to that specifically.
Ultimately, we'd want all students to be able to access it, whether they're full-time or part-time. Yeah.
Councillor Megan Hands, and that'll be the last question.
Thanks, Kim and Gregory. Thanks for coming in again. Hey, just a question. It's great to see that you've got support from the institutions as well. And our staff may be able to answer this for me if you can't. In terms of that support, have you had any early discussions with them about how quickly they might be able to help with funding if we were to work together in terms of co-fund of it, or have you not sort of got to that point yet in terms of discussions with your VCs and University Council?
I think it would be easier to have that conversation if a free fares proposal for students will be put on the table for that to be part funded by the institution. But given that we're just asking for a discount where there are discounts in other cities. I think that's harder for us to take to them, but we're always happy to have those conversations. And I think if we have this commitment from ECAN around this discount, it'd be much easier for us to work with you and take that to them.
And from a Lincoln perspective, we just released our sustainability action plan, which is all about our carbon footprint as well as other areas, but that includes how students and our staff get to and from Lincoln. So they'll be totally keen to have those conversations with you. And we've already had a couple of very brief korero about that.
That's great. Thank you very much. All right. Look, I don't think there are any further questions. There's just a couple of issues here. You said you've got a petition. Are you wanting to table that today, or are you going to keep collecting signatures?
I might not be informed on the correct. Oops. I might not be informed on the correct process around that.
Well, is it
I would say so, as we believe this is being considered today. So yes. Cool.
If I had my microphone on. So we will receive the petition from you. So thank you for all that hard work. And we will also pass a resolution just to formalise you in our minutes now. If you just hang on a minute while we do that. And then you're welcome to stay as long as you like and watch. But this is going to take a while because we've got a few other presentations, and unfortunately we're not on live on YouTube or wherever we put it at the moment on our website. Okay, so we're going to pass a resolution, and I'll ask for somebody to move this. Receives the deputation from Kim Fowler, President of the University of Canterbury Students Association, and Gregory Fleming, President of the Lincoln University Students Association, regarding student bus together with a petition. So I would moved by Tane Apanui and seconded by Councillor Megan Hands. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody, there's not being anybody against, that's carried. So that's wonderful. Thank you very much, and great presentations. Thanks for giving up your time to come in. Right, I'd ask the next person to be called to the table will be John Rediford, who is the chair of the Ireland Upper Riccarton Residents Association. So welcome, John. Welcome, John.
Thank you. My name's John Rediford, and as you know, I've held this job for 2.5 years. Previous to that, I had quite a good relationship with both ARA and Canterbury University. I was on the alumni for 10 years, of which I was 5 years as chairman, and at ARA I was on the business council for 9 years, of which I was chair for 3.
It's great. So you've got a really good understanding of the university.
And also, at the moment, I help both.
I'll just pop your button on that recorder in front of you. Someone will help you.
And at the moment, I am involved with the MBA Association.
Right, so you've got about 10 minutes.
No, I won't need it because a lot of the stuff has. I agree 100%. You know, we're in an ecological bad time. Secondly, the students need the money. You're talking. I go on the bus a lot. I've got a gold card, so it's great. And you talk to students, we're getting 1 or 2 go on the bus each time. And while I was standing there, I saw 6 buses came in, and there were 7 people on the 6 buses. So with my MBA type thing, I think we've got to encourage people to change their habits and get on buses. And we have a number of people who've already spoken to come from an English background. You see people getting on buses, and we're not doing it here. When I was at university, the buses were full when we started going to Ireland. Why? Because they were free. And so there is money. You go here, and at 9:05, the buses get full. Why? Because the gold card people come on. So there is a correlation between the amount it costs and the amount of people getting on. Our city is changing now, and places like Rangiora, like Kaipoi, Rolleston, Lincoln are having lots of people, and it costs them a lot to drive. So we need to encourage our education system for our kids to get going. As when I came on board 2.5 years ago, the university and the residents were just about doing 15 rounds a week with car parking. This will encourage people to put their cars in the garages and keep them there, and they can get on the buses. One of the other things I'm going to look at is there could be a massive change in our area with the cycleways coming in, and it could be up to 550 car parks go. We cannot just have one solution, which is people getting on bikes. We're getting people on scooters, a lot more too, so they need to be taken into consideration, but we have to look at more than one solution for this. And car parking is a major area of problems. I went this morning to talk to 2 business people, and basically they need help with these situations. So I agree with the climate, and just that repeat what every one of the other 3 or 4 speakers has said. Our one is mainly car parking as island residents is a problem, but also we've got to encourage students not to wander out and have massive debts.
Right. Well, thank you. That's great. Thank you very much for taking up time to come in. We've got a couple of questions now. First one is Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thank you. So, John, are the Riccarton Residents Association in favour of a rates rise to help pay for this?
I haven't spoken to the Riccarton people. That's no, I looking up for Riccarton.
Yeah, so he's the chair of a different residents association.
Well, sorry. Are your group, your residents association, are they?
What can you please tell me what? Increase.
We'll be going out for an increase later on with our annual plan. Yeah, but I think Ian was asking, has your residents association actually discussed the possibility of a rate rise? And I think you said no.
No, well, we haven't because we don't know. And secondly, we were informed that a lot of this funding would come from the Transport Authority. Was it $300,000? Was it the figure?
It's 50-50. It was 50-50 rates and Transport Association, except that Wakatahi haven't funded it. But then we've made an error in our cost.
No, I also think, you know, coming from a bit of a business background, that to run a bus or an airport or a hotel, you've got to be making a profit. You've got to have 55% occupation. And as I said, I've seen 6 or 7 buses go there with one. When I was talking to the appropriate people, they said they do it by per seat, and they have to get $2.50 per seat. Well, if there's only one person, they should be doing their costings by per bus and get 55% of their cost per bus. So we could, if we did it properly, we could actually save money.
All right. Thank you very much for taking time.
Okay, right.
You'll just hold them up.
More comment, but John, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, no problem.
And to your question to Ian,
Yeah.
Ian's question and the like. Just encourage, we're making a decision today about the Tertiary Affairs motion.
Yeah.
But also around what consultation options we'll be going through next month. Okay. And so that information in terms of the options and the potential costs will be coming through that engagement. So I encourage you to engage with that. We'll be in touch with the Residents Association.
One comment, and Vicky, well, it's formed, there is a very strong relationship forming, with Sarah and Kim and Vic, and there is strong feeling for this, rather than just the dollars or whatever. Already hundreds of people have signed, and that's only within 10 days have signed the petition.
All right, Vicky, Councillor Vicky Suffolk might have something to say.
Yeah, and I just for clarity here, I'd just like to emphasise there was a newspaper article went out about this tertiary discount, and John immediately got in touch with me. I don't know John from before this. He actually came to me and said, "I'm 100% behind this." So just for clarity's sake, this is not somebody that I know from before. He actually, of his own volition, said, "This is something I really believe in and is good for our residents," and came forward.
With a passion amongst the 4 or 5 of us, isn't there? There's really strong feeling representing the area.
Well, thank you very much, John. And it's a great, just a minute before you go, we'll pass a formal resolution, but it's obviously a great job you're doing as the chair of the Residents Association, advocating on behalf of Ireland and Upper Riccarton. That's fantastic. So we'll just move a resolution that we received the deputation from John Riddifoot about the chair of the Ireland and Upper Riccarton Residents Association regarding student bus fees. I'd like to see if Councillor Nicole Marshall will move that, seconded by Councillor Vicky Southworth. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody opposed, that's carried. Thank you so much, John. Thank you for giving up your time. Bye. The next person will be Councillor Mike Davidson. If you'll come to the table, Mike, that'd be great. Just have to wait a minute. I'm sure you're used to this, Mike. Just welcome, Mike, and make yourself at home. Push the button when you're ready to speak. Thank you very much for giving up your time to come along today to talk to us about this really important issue. We give you 10 minutes, but just go for as long as you like. We'll make a little ring at 9 minutes, but if you can go shorter, that'd be great. Then we'll have a few questions. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Ka mihi ki te mana whenua, ko Mike Davidson hau. This won't take 10 minutes, unless you have lots of questions, of course. Firstly, I'd just like to say I'm not here to represent Christchurch City Council or the Urban Development and Transport Committee. I'm here as my personal capacity, but also as an elected councillor for the Papanui ward. I'd like to acknowledge all of you and the mahi that you have been doing in the PT space and the environmental space. It actually gives me some really good hope with this group of councillors around PT. But I guess I hope by the end of this term that there's more than just really good words and thoughts, and action is actually achieved, because that is what is required. ECAN and the city both declared climate emergency, and we know that land transport is our biggest emitter. And with the forecast growth, if we don't do something to change status quo, we won't get our emissions down and we'll be stuck in gridlock. And public transport has a massive part to play in this. And I don't think we can underestimate how important it is to get public transport working better. I'd like to extend my support to the reduced fare rate for tertiary students, although I see this as an interim solution while you consult and implement this fare review. I'd also like to acknowledge that ECAN will be finally implementing policy 3.5 of the Regional Public Transport Plan and increase the child age to include 18-year-olds. As you know, the current age limit means that high school students must pay an adult rate when they turn 18. This has been unfair on those students, so it's very timely that this is going to occur. However, it is disappointing to see that this won't occur to February 22, when actually the decision on that was made in 2018, after quite a lot of consultation and a hearings panel process. I personally believe that actual policy should be actioned right now. It is well overdue. And also I'd like to add that it's actually shocking that Waka Kotahi won't help fund this. the main reason that I am actually here to talk to you today is on the fare review consultation, and I'd like to acknowledge the workshops that you have been through. I've been fortunate to be on 2 of them as well. However, when I look through the options and the recommendations from your officers, I do not believe that you are being bold enough. It is very clear through the documentation when you start looking at free fares or discounted fares, that the benefits to both the user and the environment outweigh the cost. Now, I understand that obviously fare is one barrier to using PT, and there are others. You know, we need to have a suite of actions that will include routes, frequencies, infrastructure, bus quality, etc., to make PT really work. And I do find that at times it just seems to be really disconnected, and I think that is hampering our efforts to make PT work. So right now you're doing the fare review, so that is what I wanted to talk to you about. Let's remove this barrier and consult on an option that will be a game changer. So I suggest that you should consult on free public transport to under 25s, concession rate for lower income earners, and a single zone $2 flat fare. So this is a consultation. Don't be afraid to ask the public actually if they want to go down that route. You know, we've got one chance. You know, the clock is ticking, and we need to make our public transport work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is right. We have one chance to get these emissions down. Have we got a question from anybody? Councillor John Sunkel.
Thanks, Mike, for that. We have, like you say, a bunch of options in front of us to consult on. Just made the point of the one zone, and I have a picture in my mind of zone 1 and 2 being Greater Christchurch and sort of Rolleston, Lincoln, and then zone 3 takes us into the hinterland. Are you considering the whole of that area as one zone, or are you thinking the Greater Christchurch city and immediate surrounds?
Thanks, John. Look, I guess it's how far you know those services extend to. You know, when I look at Greater Christchurch, I guess that's what I'm thinking about, going out to Rolleston, Rangiora, and how we get those people in, because we know the more people we can get onto public transport that live out there, the better it is for people in Christchurch. So why not we encourage them as well instead of giving them an extra cost? And I know that some of them don't actually travel that far and actually get hit with two zones, which is also unfair. So I just think it's a simple equation. Everyone across the Greater Christchurch region pays $2 to go for a ride. I think it'll actually get a good uptake in patronage as well, which could offset the reduction.
Just when you get the offer sold or whatever.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. Councillor Craig Pauling.
Kia ora, Mike. Tēnā koe mo tō koiroi tēnei ata. Can you just remind me of those 3 or whatever options you had there? I just didn't quite get them down, but I really liked them. So can you just repeat them?
So free fare for under 25s, concession for low income earners, and a single zone $2 fare.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Scott.
Thanks, Mike, for coming and putting your knowledge in the room for us on issues in Christchurch. Have you got any idea at all what would be acceptable impost to the people in GCP in terms of the peer review? You know, because when we get into this, there's going to be some dollars involved. It's going to be a rateable thing, and yeah, and as you said, Waka Kotahi doesn't seem keen on a lot of this.
I think this is what the consultation about is, though. You know, it's actually having a frank conversation with the people of really Greater Christchurch, because that's where this will really affect, and tell them, hey, look, this is an option, and this is the cost to that option. I would hope that actually, if you look at our partners across Greater Christchurch, we should be supporting you in having that conversation, because we know it's an important part to play in making public transport work.
Councillor Megan Hanks.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for coming in today and giving clear presentations. If I can be a little bit cheeky, in terms of getting support around your council table and working partnership in terms of funding moving forward for whatever we might proceed with. Have you had any conversations, or would you undertake to have some of those conversations at your table, given you kind of the rich cousins and we're kind of the poor cousins in terms of funding availability? Could you give comment on that and whether you'd be able to help get some funds from CCC?
I guess one thing, if we're talking about rates, they're the same people really, and so therefore it'd be the same conversation. So I guess in that part of it, the rate side of it, it doesn't really matter who actually does the consultation. And at the moment, ECAN are the ones that actually run public transport, and potentially it may be a little bit less confusing and easier if it was just done by the city. You know, asked me last term, I would have said that would be the best outcome. I think though with this group of councillors, potentially actually this partnership approach could work. I think there's nothing wrong having a conversation with the City Council, but for City Council, we need to be putting our money into that PT infrastructure, because like I said, there's a suite of things we need to do, and infrastructure is going to be really important. So therefore we get those priority lanes, the buses can get through quite quickly, because that's quite attractive for people that don't obviously get stuck in congestion. But you know, rates are one mechanism to get money. You know, you need to, I guess, look outside the box and see if there are any other ways that you could attract money apart from fares and rates. And I guess that's a conversation you need to have with yourselves and potentially Wakatahi and other people as well.
All right. That's all the questions. Thank you very much, Mike. We'll just pass a resolution receiving your...
Sorry, Jenna, can I just add one more thing? Because I was listening to the last deputation, he talked about the cycleway that's coming down through the university. And I think that's going to be really important when you look at actually if you reduce fares or make fares free for students and you've got a cycleway, they're actually going to have true modal choice. And that's how you start to get people out of cars. One of the comments he did make was that there's going to be 500 odd car parks being removed from around there. The Ireland Road, which extends for the cycleway from the university to Jelly Park, there's two options. One option removes 143 car parks and another one, you know, removes 123. And obviously around the university, most of them are used by students. But if we provide infrastructure and services that actually encourage people to use other forms of transport, those lost car parks will not be missed.
Yeah, well, thanks, and thanks for pointing that out too, Mike. That's great. I'm just looking for someone to, Councillor John Sunkel, seconded by Councillor Apanui, receives the deputation from Mike Davidson around public transport review. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. Thanks for giving up your time to come here this morning. We really appreciate it, Mike. Have a good day. I'd like to call to the table Simon Kingham, who's a professor in the School of Earth and Environment at Canterbury University. Welcome, Simon, if you can. Well, welcome to the table, Simon. It's really good of you to give up your time to come here and present today. We have 10 minutes slot for you. We'll ring a little bell at 9 minutes. And then if you don't take that long, that's fine. We'll have a few questions, but thanks very much. Over to you. And if you just press that mic, that'd be great.
Okay. Kia ora koutou, ko Simon Kingham Tokuingwa. My name is Simon Kingham. I'm a professor of geography at the University of Canterbury. I know some of you because I used to be on the Regional Transport Committee from 2003 to 2018, and I taught some of you. I was also the informed academic on the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy Forum, so I guess I would know a little bit about how the political stuff operates and about Christchurch. I'm also seconded 2 days a week as Chief Science Advisor to the Ministry of Transport, so I understand what's happening in government and hopefully can give some insights into some of the things that might happen in the future. I think one of the things I want to start with, have you got a little printout of my printout? Cool. Is that in the ministry we have a thing called the Transport Outcomes Framework, and the idea is that transport policy is meant to target multiple outcomes. And obviously climate change is a really big one, and in the context of this outcomes framework the ministry has, is that comes under environmental sustainability. But every policy we should be trying to hit other things, and I guess one of the things we're talking about today is low cost transport for tertiary students. And I guess we can just think about that. The other thing that the ministry looks at across every policy is social equity. And I assume most of you are familiar with the concept of the just transition. So as we look to decarbonise, we should make sure that those on the lowest incomes are brought up, and we narrow the gap between rich and poor. A couple of other points. I think generally parking is too cheap, and it's generally subsidised. Even at the university, where we charge probably more than most for parking, it's still overall subsidised. Relatively, we don't have a lot of congestion. We still relatively are uncongested city, and it's very, very cheap to get a car compared to many other nations. So we actually don't have many sticks to stop people driving to university, really. And what we therefore need is we need really good carrots, because the sticks are quite difficult to change, I think, so we need good carrots. As Kim has said, students are a low-income group, and they are price sensitive. We at the university are doing pretty well getting students cycling. I think it's about 18% of students cycle, but the numbers using public transport are low. So we're probably doing pretty well getting most of the students who are close by not driving. And the thing we really want to work on is getting students who are travelling a bit further away. I just want to talk about climate change. So climate change, you guys will all be, I don't need to, I feel like I'm teaching to suck granny to suck eggs a wee bit, but it is responsible for 47% of our carbon dioxide emissions. Public transport is a key part of this. So some of you hopefully will have read the ministry's HIKINA documents, and public transport is mentioned over 240 times. And the emissions reduction plan that the ministry has produced, and it should have released last week, but COVID has delayed the government's emissions reduction plan, is going to talk a huge amount about public transport. So the appetite is there in central government to increase and to allow local authorities to do things to reduce emissions through public transport. And in the ministry, we talk about the avoid, shift, improve framework. So improving is electrifying our fleet. Avoiding is getting people to travel less, and shifting is getting people to travel to more environmentally friendly modes. And in the Ministry of Transport, they worked out that to meet our targets, only 60% of a reduction in emissions is going to be achievable through electrification. So 39% of this we have to change modes. People have talked about reducing VKTs by 20%. So we've got to see significant reductions in the amount people are driving. And one of the ways to do this is public transport, but the bike can do some of it. We can encourage people to work from home and do some of that, but the majority is actually going to have to be carried by public transport. And in the context of Christchurch, that's the bus at the moment. There's also evidence of long-term behaviour change if you can get people to use public transport when they're young adults. And I think the point here is that actually 18 is probably not the right age to make it expensive to use public transport. Having got an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, at the age of 18, they can suddenly get a car, and it's very cool to be the one driving. At the age of 25, I think that's changed, and the evidence seems to support that. But when you get to 25, or when you're slightly older, it's kind of not quite so cool. You could have had a car for a while. And there's quite a bit of evidence that suggests if you can encourage people to change their behaviour in those years, you can actually change long-term behaviour change. In the Netherlands, they have a scheme where university students get 5 years free public transport across the whole country. So they get 5 years while they're a university student. And to quote one Dutch student who I supervise, he said, we're brought up to use public transport, so that behaviour change is locked in, so that when we leave and we're over 25 and we leave university, we carry on using the bus. So I think that's what makes this policy different. And I've read your other three options, and I actually agree with Councillor Davidson. I think his idea is right about $2, one zone, and free public transport for students. But by you're embedding this behaviour change into students, so that when they leave being students, they carry on using the bus. Just want to end saying, I think we need policies that impact other transport outcomes, not just climate change. And I think this one ticks that box. And I think this is a real opportunity, actually, for Canterbury to demonstrate national leadership, to actually show we're not doing great compared to some of the other regions. I think the report came out recently saying we're not leading at the moment. And this could be a really cool thing to actually say we're doing this really bold thing, not only to help students, because we're helping students in that way, but we're actually able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with something really bold, and I think it would be a great signal from the region. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. We've got three questions I can see at the moment. First of all, Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thank you. In your area of, it seems to be in your area of expertise, but given that COVID hasn't gone away and is unlikely to go away, do you think any concessions is going to make any difference to people's aspirations to want to travel on public transport.
You're absolutely right. Public transport is hard to get people using at the moment, but I think COVID will go away, and I think, dare I say, students probably are a little less resilient to some of that stuff. I mean, they're less likely to be bothered. So, I mean, we're talking about students at the moment, but you're absolutely right. COVID is a huge challenge to public transport, but we know students are price sensitive, and yeah, good question, though. You're right.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Scott.
Coming apart here. Thank you, Simon. You made a point about the carbon issue, and that's certainly a big lever, I guess, for us in terms of PT and mode shift across transport. But mode shift involves a lot of things. You know, it involves buses and cycleways, and we hear from the council that cycleways are going out to uni, share rides. There's lots and lots of things that we can do in terms of the carbon effect. So I'm not real keen on us getting rid of more and more money and taking more and more money off ratepayers. So my question is, what if we had something like a bus pass where a student could buy for 50, 80 bucks at the start of the year, and that would see them they could get on any public transport that they could access during the year. We would get something back, and they wouldn't have to worry about access. And if we did it earlier in the year, it could become part of their student loan. You know, it could come off the top before they start going to the Liquorland or wherever they go.
None of our students go to Liquorland, obviously. I think you're right. What we need to do is make it cheaper for them, and we need to make it more accessible. So you're right. We need to invest in the boots. Absolutely. We need to make it cheaper. How we make it cheaper, I guess, is up for debate. But the policy we talked about here is just making it the fare cheaper. Some of the next questions you might want to ask the next speaker, Robin, who's speaking for the Vice Chancellor, and she can comment on some of that stuff. I guess the key thing is we just need to make it cheaper to help students. And whether we give them a bus pass or whether we make them pay per journey. The reality is, though, some students, of course, might use odd journeys. And sometimes if they can just change one journey a week, that's a really good thing, and a long-term bus pass. It's the same issue we have at the university. We make it very easy to have an annual parking permit and very expensive to have a day one. And for years, we've been telling the university we're doing it wrong. We need to make the day one cheaper so that you encourage. We just need to have a day pass only, not an annual pass. Because then you get people to change their behaviour every day. And that's what we want to be doing. We want people to make that decision every day. Shall I get the bus today? Can I get the bus today? And price will help that.
Thank you, Simon. Councillor John Sunkel.
Thanks for your presentation. Just a couple of questions in there from me. For me, fiddling around with the tertiary stuff, which I agree with, for me is fiddling and nibbling around the edges if we're talking about mode shift and that generational change that you're talking about. And the frustration is we're all talking about it, but where does that impasse lie with the local, with the taxpayer, the ratepayer? Where does central government, where does land transport fit into that? And so whilst we keep hearing about this conversation that's coming from central government, we're not seeing the putia that comes with it to actually give effect. Do you have any thoughts of how we get that shift of thinking from people? Or is it going to be that kind of generational change of incremental gains away from vehicles to buses and public transport? That's the real challenge for me in promoting the fare free. There's all sorts of reasons why it should work. It does work. Can we afford it? But how do we get the seminal shift of thinking?
Good question. I think when you look around the world, where you provide good alternatives, people actually choose to use them. Because what you don't want to do is hit people over the head and tell them they're bad, tell them they're wrong to drive a car. No, I know. And sometimes I think that's the sense, is that car drivers feel attacked. The reality is that when you look around the world at places where they provide good cycle infrastructure, the Netherlands, surprisingly, lots of people cycle. When they provide good public transport, if you look at places like Switzerland, lots of people use public transport. So I think what we should be trying to do is provide really good alternatives and probably fully cost the car. I mean, we've subsidized it for years in this country indirectly. And so what we do is we provide good alternatives. People pay the true cost for driving the car. You'll actually see behaviour change, because I don't think there's many people who go, I really want to sit in a car for half an hour and get to work. If there's an alternative of sitting in a nice form of public transport where you can read your email, have a cup of coffee, listen, play on social media, whatever you want to do. I think and similarly, I cycle to work every day. I cycle down 2 of the cycleways. I have 9-kilometre cycle, 400 metres not on cycleway. I love it. I cycle through the park. I get to work feeling And why would you not choose that if the alternative? But the reality is that most people don't have that choice. A lot of people genuinely have no choice, and so they get in the car every day. So I think we need to provide good alternatives. And
Thank you, Simon. We've just got one last question. Councillor Edge.
Just interested in your comment about the correlation between accommodation for students in and around the university in terms of enabling them to have a mode shift to more of an active transport. Are there problems are you aware of in terms of housing stock in and around there within a relatively short distance from the university?
I'm not sure I mentioned it, I think Kim or one of the others, but can I suggest you ask Robin Nuttall when she comes up? So will know more about housing at the university because she's in senior management.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Simon, for taking the time to come in. And we'll just, we really appreciate it and your knowledge and your handout that you've provided. It just adds to our debate today. So thanks very much. We'll just pass a resolution now. Receives the deputation from Professor Simon Kingan from the School of Earth and Environment at Canterbury University regarding student fare concessions. That's moved by Councillor Vicky Southworth and seconded by Councillor Nicole Marshall. All those in favour, please say aye. There being no one opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, Simon. Have a good day. Bye. Now we've got one last person coming to present a deputation. I'd welcome Robin Nuttall to the table, please. Robin is the Director of Strategy and Planning at Canterbury University. Oh, welcome, Robin. We just have to get the table set up due to COVID, so just bear with us. And you've got 10 minutes, and then we'll ring a little bell, and then we can have a few questions. So thank you so much for coming along, and we'll just hand it over to you. You just need to press that button in front of you so we can hear you.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui ki ngā rangatira o tēnei committee. E tuku ana au ngā mihi o te wharewananga o Waitaha, me te tumu whakarai o te wananga o Aotearoa. So that's greetings to all you bosses of the committee, and I bring you the greetings of the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canterbury. I have this thing here, which is our mode transport survey 2020, 3,000 people surveyed, students and staff. Tells you a lot of information. One of the most important things it tells you is that of those people who would change their modes, 40% of students would change with a discount. We also see in this that students change their modes all the time. Really interesting. With one chart, it's all over the place. It's like a scattergram, really. It's all over the place. And that's because every year there's a switch between modes. So we know students change, we know they want to change. So you have that opportunity to switch them out of their cars and onto buses. The University of Canterbury is on a daily basis swamped with cars. I don't know if any of you come during term time, but getting a car park is almost impossible. And it's obviously bad for the carbon footprint of the university and for the city. So I'm here to support the tertiary discount on behalf of our students. And yes, in terms of head count, there's 20,000 of them. So equivalent of, what is that, Ashburton? I'm not sure. So this is your opportunity to change the behaviour of 20,000 people. Well, sorry, 40% of the students. That's still quite a few numbers, quite a few. Also, I note, and I have an intern. I will recommend you all have interns, by the way. And she did a little bit of research on the city rates buses. And I'm sure you know this, but this is the most expensive city in the country to take 2 trips a day. So we are basically discouraging people. Wellington, Auckland, Palmerston North is a clear winner. Waikato, Hamilton, Canterbury and Dunedin all have lower fares. So I don't know that everybody has previously spoken have covered just about everything else. So yeah, there's only one thing not covered, and it isn't in the scheme of things. It's not so important is climate change and modal transport but it's equity. So we have Māori, Pacifica and adult students at UC. Obviously, of our 20,000 students, we have just about everybody, but the pass rates are different. So for people who have dependents, for people who are Māori and Pacifica, the pass rates are lower, academic pass rates. And the reason for this is they're almost always working and studying. And so that's where every cent matters. The more they can not be working to earn the money to pay all the things, the better their academic outcomes. So that's just not been mentioned otherwise. Everybody else has covered pretty much everything else, I think.
Let's first of all, Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Chair Robin, and thank you very much for your invitation. Robin, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about for some clarification, your comment about being the most expensive city in terms of for 2 trips a day. Were you referring to the cost of say, like 2 single fares without the Metro card? Just wondered if you might be able to clarify that.
Beg your pardon, thank you. So that's as a regular user. We tried to find a common thing across all of them, so yes, it is.
So as a regular user, would that mean that the student, say, or adult would have, you'd be using a Metro card?
Yes.
Thank you, Robin. The next person is Councillor Peter Scott.
Oh, hi, Robin, and thank you for coming in. And Robin, you made the mention there in terms of modes, they're all over the place. So my question is that we need to, first thing, we need to enable students across all those modes, but how do you make it sticky? How to make the concession sticky to students?
I think Simon's better about it. I shouldn't do that. He was referring to me before. But the behavioural psychologist, Professor Don Hines, specialises in this area, and it certainly is a carrot and stick situation. However, we at UC in management can make that difference with a constant promotion, communication and support. We can do better with that. So we have the ability to keep communicating more strongly on this with our students. So we could help make that change as well. Habits are good, but in the end, for many students, they just don't have the money to choose the more expensive option.
Thank you. Councillor Craig Pauling.
Kia ora, Robin, thanks for coming in. Tēnā koe moto kōrero I tēnei ata, or ahi pia, almost the afternoon. And I just wanted to ask a question about if the university has a strategy to look at the travel of their staff and students to the university, and if you've done that, have you looked at like projections for offsetting costs for providing further car parks? And if you've done that, or if you haven't, would you be interested in contributing anything to this sort of approach with Environment Canterbury?
I think that we should have the conversations about financial contributions in a public setting. However, that doesn't mean to say that we're not against it. That's a double negative. So that's, we have a carbon footprint as well. Although to be fair, the CMAR standard means we don't calculate transport to work in our carbon footprint, which is awkward. Someone can fix that, please. Nevertheless, yes, we're particularly interested in travel from the island site into the city. So if there was something to be discussed, it would be that. And yes, that conversation should be had.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Grant Edge and then Councillor Megan Hands.
I'm just following up on a suggestion from Simon Kingham that I asked you this question. It's kind of related to the work that we're involved with, the Greater Christchurch Partnership, and looking at the 2050 vision plan for urban intensification within Christchurch. And my question really is in terms of the students, or the ability for students in and around the university to live in terms of the availability of accommodation closer to the university. Is there, in your view, a problem there in terms of them having to travel further by bus, that there is a lack of accommodation? Is that the case?
So we built a 500-bed hall. It opened at the beginning of this year, Tupu Anuku, and it's just about full in its first year. We think there's definitely more demand than we can currently supply, either ourselves or in the local area. Earthquakes pulled down quite a few of the old student flats, and the new buildings aren't so cheap. However, for some people, the student flats and local flatting accommodation is still too expensive and they're living east. And they may never be able to afford to live near the university. So it's actually beholden on us to make sure they can get to university from the east and other parts of the city. So even when we build a hall, it's still relatively expensive to be there. Yeah, there is a problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Robin. The next person is Councillor Megan Hands.
Thanks, Robin. Nice to see you. Hey, your students mentioned around the best time for implementing cheaper fares for students would be at the beginning of the academic year. Just wondering whether you could comment on that. We've had some advice from staff that the feasibility of that might be difficult for us, both from a financial resourcing point of view. But how important would that be in your eyes, or where would that sit?
I'm afraid they're right. It's a real issue. We are, not all universities are like this, but we're definitely a front-end loaded university. Everybody arrives at the beginning of the year. I just have to think of the numbers. It's around less than 10% enroll any time after that. So 90% enroll at the beginning of the year. I could check that, it's pretty much right. And to be fair, they arrive sometimes with their parents and sometimes not. And they set up all the things they're going to do for the year. Including what parties they're going to, but everything. And so they don't then go, oh, I've changed my mind later on. They do tend to set everything up, where they're living, get their textbooks, all of these things. So I'm afraid I think it really is important, if we're going to make a genuine trial, to get it going as before the beginning of the year. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Robin. I don't think there's any other questions, but we really value your contribution, and we will take you up on our further discussions. So thanks very much for that. Just before you leave, we'll pass a resolution to receive your deputation officially. So I'm looking for someone to moved by Councillor Phil Clearwater and seconded by Councillor Vicky, that we received the deputation from Robin Nuttall, Director Strategy and Planning at Canterbury University, regarding student discount bus fares. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. Thank you so much, Robin, for coming in. Have a good day. Bye. That's all. Thank you, everybody. I just think that was actually pretty fantastic, to tell you the truth. All the information we got there from the different sectors, and people are bothering to come in here and tell us that valuable information. So to anybody who contributed to that, but particularly to Vicky, you really are to be congratulated. But it makes a difference to our decision-making practice, and whoever else helped with making sure the conversation around transport is alive and well in our city. That's fantastic. And look, it's really good timing. I think we'll have a break now and we'll have our lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:15, if that's all right with everybody, and we'll go straight into the discussion around the transport paper. All right. Thank you. We're resuming the council meeting at 1:20. And Yvette, well, just a note, Yvette is just around, is she? Well, just Yvette, just a wee bit for lateness then. And I've been advised that Claire will be taking a break about 1:10 for a short period of time. Oh, here's Yvette. No, you don't have to worry about Yvette. All right, so we're going to resume this meeting with going straight to item 8.1 in the agenda, which is on page, what is it on? And 49. And we have Stuart at the table, so it would be great, and Catherine. So it'd be great if you would like to speak to your report, Stuart, then we'll take some questions for clarification about your report. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, no Untitled Chapter, ko Stuart Gibbon toku ingoa. Kia te mahi au, ki te Councillor Taiao ki Waitaha. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm Stuart Gibbon from Environment Canterbury. So I'm going to talk to you today about the work that's been going on in the Fair Review project for Environment Canterbury. As you know, our staff and some external consultants have been doing a significant amount of work over the last several months to understand a number of things around the fair policy that Environment Canterbury has and fair options for council to consider. So what I'd like to do is briefly start with talking about the under-19s child fare change that was in our regional public transport plan and incorporated into the long-term plan, as you know. So as was mentioned earlier, Waka Kotahi have decided not to fund that initiative. However, through the fares review process that we're working on and all the analysis that we've been doing, we've identified that the cost to deliver that service is somewhat less than we originally estimated. So there is therefore likely sufficient funding in the LTP to proceed with that initiative. And so there's a recommendation in the papers to you in that regard. It's useful to understand why staff have recommended to start it in February next year. As you know, the LTP has quite a significant work program for public transport, which is exciting for our team to be delivering. And so our team have been working on a lot of those initiatives to date. One initiative that's quite significant for us is the transition to a new real-time information system, which happens mid-October this year. So we will be transitioning the bus interchange, our entire fleet to a new RTI system and a new journey planning tool for our community to engage with. This transition consumes a significant amount of staff resource and requires a significant amount of communications to our community. So we felt that October wasn't an appropriate time to be adding more workload. Secondly, of course, as you know, we've got COVID and we're in alert level 2. The criteria and conditions for operating public transport are regularly changing across the country. And one of those changes most recently relates to enabling travel to vaccination locations. So there'll be a significant change coming through public transport as well in the coming weeks that we'll have to implement. So we've been taking into account the work program that Environment Canterbury has asked us to do and trying to identify opportunities where we can slot in different types of activities to enable the resources that we have available to work efficiently and effectively. So if we move on to the purpose of today, which is to talk about the fair policy and fair structure review. So there are two key reasons why this piece of work was commenced or commissioned from the council. The first one was to consider the role that fares play in influencing mode shift to respond to social and economic and environmental objectives of Environment Canterbury and our community. And so we've reviewed the fare policy that we currently have in our regional public transport plan and reviewed the fare structure that we currently have in Canterbury. And that means the way our fares are structured and the prices that they are currently at. A second key objective was to support a desire of our council to be bold in responding to environmental and social urgencies by taking a tangible step to stimulate public transport engagement. And so to support that objective, we've investigated the fare-free option, responding to the notice of motion. Earlier this year, we've investigated the tertiary concession notice of motion, and we've also investigated a range of alternate fare scenarios which have come out of engagement with council and partners in Greater Christchurch. So you'll be aware from previous conversations that there's a significant body of work that's gone into developing the thinking and advice from staff. We've engaged with our community to get a custom lens on current fare policy and fare structure. both from a survey perspective and with targeted community groups. We've done a significant amount of fiscal and economic analysis across different scenarios. We've looked at the regional context to understand where our current fare structure and fare policy fits within New Zealand. We've looked at our fare policy and structure with an international lens as well. We've considered historical information to understand trends and changes in thinking from our community. And we've done a significant amount of work looking into fare-free and tertiary concessions, both from an economic point of view and an implementation perspective, the logistics and feasibility of implementation. And all this is designed to come up with a robust mechanism where we can successfully implement solutions that council may wish to go forward with. So one of the key things that came out of our research, and that's been echoed by council and members of our community, is it's really important to keep fares simple. By keeping fares simple, it ensures that our community understands them and is more willing to engage with them and has confidence in what they're going to pay when they consume our product. So we know that when people make decisions on products or services they want to consume, they're fundamentally making a choice. And that choice is evaluating this tension between the price they pay and the value they perceive for the product or service they're going to consume. And public transport is no different. So what we learned from our research was that our current price seems to compare quite favourably, but we know from our community feedback that our service delivery has a way to go in meeting our community's expectation. So if we spend a few moments just to do a wee comparison to the larger urban centres, and we've chosen Auckland and Wellington specifically because when we look at the public transport regions in Aotearoa, New Zealand, 3 of them are large urban centres, Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, and the other 9 are smaller regional centres. It's important to note that if you join the 9 other regions together, they equate to a similar size of Canterbury for public transport. So we felt it was more appropriate to compare ourselves to the larger urban centres, Auckland and Wellington. So here's a satellite image of Auckland, and their fare structure is significantly more complicated than ours. In fact, in the research, when we engage with Auckland Transport, they are very focused on trying to simplify their fare structure. So you can see there are multiple zones and different charging regimes across those zones. So if we overlay the Auckland zone structure to scale, you can see there are a significant number of zones. And those zones geographically are quite contained. And by that I mean they have a smaller footprint. Particularly the city zone is very, very small. If we then overlay Greater Christchurch's fare zones, we can see that our Zone 1 system covers a significant proportion of the Auckland urban area. So all our customers, if they travel a very short distance, do pay more than someone who's travelling a very short distance in Auckland. The majority of journeys go across zone boundaries. And so in the Greater Christchurch context, our citizens are paying less than they do in Auckland. And if you refer to your papers, you'll note some research that was done using some modelling done by a company called 9 Squared, an international consultancy firm that on an annual basis does fare comparisons internationally, which noted that Christchurch was the cheapest fare set in terms of minutes of work to afford a particular journey type. If we then overlay Zone 2 for Greater Christchurch, you can see that our citizens enjoy significant price differences than our counterparts in Auckland over a much wider geographical space. So we've done the same thing in Wellington. So we've got the Wellington urban area there. If we look at their fare structure system again, it's quite complicated, lots of zones and some significant price steps. If we overlay their zonal system, you can see they have quite a few zones within their system. And once again, the city zone is very small. Zone number 1, you can see that on that picture. And as you travel out of the city, you go through more zones. So if you're travelling to work in Wellington, majority of workers will be travelling through 3 or more zones to get to work. And when you compare the prices of those zones to Greater Christchurch, it's quite different. So again, if we overlay Greater Christchurch as Zone 1, we cover 4 zones of the Wellington region with our Zone 1 price. So for those people who are travelling to the city from Zone 4, Zone 3 or Zone 2, it would be cheaper for those journeys in Greater Christchurch. If we overlay Zone 2 for Christchurch, we can see that we cover the majority of Wellington's urban footprint within 2 zones at significantly reduced fare rates. It's also worth noting that in Greater Christchurch we have fare capping, which is not in place in those other 2 cities at the moment. So what did we learn from the research that we've done? So we did learn that our fare policy is largely fit for purpose, and through the engagement we've had with Council and our Greater Christchurch partners, there was general consensus and agreement that the fare policy was an enabler of things and opportunities for Greater Christchurch and Canterbury if we choose to exercise those options. We learned that our fare structure and price compare favourably nationally and indeed internationally, but that keeping fare structures simple and easy to understand was important for engagement by the community. We learned that our service delivery is the main barrier for engagement with public transport in Greater Christchurch. And that insight from our community has remained consistent over the last 5 to 7 years through all the research that we've done, through PD Futures, business case processes, regional public transport plan engagement, our long-term plan engagement, and through this piece of research. And we've also learned that if we want to improve service, which the Environment Canterbury Council has made a commitment to with our partners through the PT Futures business case approvals and investments, that takes time. It's not something that will happen overnight, and neither does the community respond immediately. So a fare stimulus concept in the short term has a significant amount of merit if council want to disrupt and change the status quo for public transport in Greater Christchurch. And there are clearly opportunities for council to do that. As I've said, we've modelled a number of different scenarios based on feedback from council, and there are a number of different ideas put forward today for consideration as well. So there are lots of options that council could choose to consider. It is important to understand that any reduction in fare revenue needs to be replaced by increasing in revenue from another source. And given the reluctance of Waka Kotahi to support these initiatives in this current National Land Transport Fund round, i.e. the next 3 years, the ability to replace that revenue falls to our council through rating. If we wish to obtain funding from government in the future, we will have to do a business case, and that business case will have to be supported by robust evidence. And that's very, very important to have an appropriate degree of robustness in evidence gathering. Which means whatever interventions we choose to do, we need to do them well. And you'll be aware that our public transport team, and I don't want to bang our chest too much, but we have a pedigree of doing things well. We are very focused on doing things well. So one of the pieces of work we were asked to look at was an investigation into a fare-free scenario for public transport through a notice of motion. So in order to inform this piece of work, we did a significant amount of international research to understand from the examples where fare-free public transport is in operation around the world today, what they have learned, what challenges they had, what benefits they obtained, to inform our thinking in this space. I don't think it comes to a surprise to anyone that there's a significant investment required to make public transport in Greater Christchurch fare-free. Over a 2-year period, it's estimated to cost around $39 million. I would like to reiterate that Waka Kotahi's policy does not support funding for fare-free public transport, so we would have to fund that ourselves. This begs the question then for council to consider, how then will you fund the service uplifts that you are committed to and your desire for decarbonisation of our fleet, all of which will incur significant cost. So ultimately you are left with making choices and options on how to respond to PT outcomes. We learned from the research that price wasn't the primary barrier for most of our citizens. It certainly is for some, but not for all. We also learned that by making our service fare free today, a number of our routes will be capacity constrained, which will lead to a negative experience for customers. The flip side of that is there will be a significant uplift in patronage, which is a key goal for Environment Canterbury. So again, council will be weighing up the pros and cons of stimulating significant engagement with PT with the recognition that there will be some reductions in customer experience in doing so. When we researched international examples, the primary outcome from those urban centres was that they encouraged, in their terms, the wrong mode shift. So they encouraged people to transition from walking and cycling to public transport rather than from their private vehicles. There were examples where private vehicle use did reduce, but it wasn't the majority by any stretch. When we engage in this conversation in workshops with our council and with our partners in Greater Christchurch Partnership, the general consensus was that we should invest in service improvements. We should invest in specific tactical fare options, which is what you're going to talk about today. We should improve the weekly capping arrangements that we currently have to make them more of an incentive. And we should investigate a single urban zone to improve the competitiveness of our price for those citizens that are further away from the city. The tertiary concession was another key area of focus for our investment time. The research made it very clear that there was a strong interest in exploring this option. And this strong interest came from the community. It came from specific interest groups in the community. It came from elected members for Environment Canterbury and the partnership. And so there was a strong level of alignment in thinking around an intervention relating to tertiary students. The investment scale required, based on our final modelling processes, is less than we initially estimated, which is a positive outcome. And so while there is a modest investment required to get a targeted patronage outcome, for the student cohort, that outcome is very good. The modelling suggests 9 to 15% increase in patronage and mode share from that cohort, which is a good outcome. However, on a growth scale, because they are a small cohort in the community, it makes a lesser difference to the macro patronage numbers in Greater Christchurch. However, the benefits of investing in a tertiary concession outweigh the costs. So there is a positive gain in making that choice. As I mentioned, the costs are less than we originally forecast. So based on the funding that's in the LTP today, we don't anticipate any additional funding is required to implement this option. If we think about where student concessions happen around the country today, our research identified a number of regions already have student concessions. Both Auckland and Wellington have a student concession ranging from 20% in Auckland to 25% in Wellington, both of which are funded through rates and government grants. In the case of the Waikato and Horizons, it's in New Plymouth, they also have a tertiary concession, but in both those cases, it is 100% funded by the Tertiary Institute. So no ratepayer funding and no government grants. In the case of Dunedin, there is no tertiary concession offered in Dunedin right now. So based on our criteria for analysis, thinking about wanting to do it well, wanting to do it successfully, wanting to fit within the work plans that we currently have on our plates in delivering the LTP, wanting to produce enough data to support a business case that will pass muster with Waka Kotahi. We recommended a particular implementation model in our paper, which would see us implementing this in July next year. Given that students are fiscally constrained, and we heard a lot about that today, about students being economically disadvantaged and looking for any and all opportunities to improve their economic outcome, our view is that it doesn't necessarily matter what time of year you offer a concession, students are likely to engage with it. So we've included this option in the options for council to consider because it has significant merit. We also learned in our research that the tertiary institutes were interested in engaging in conversations around contributing to the cost of a student concession. Environment Canterbury Council has spent some time talking about exploring alternative options for income and revenue, particularly given the lack of support from Waka around public transport, this NLTF. This does present a real opportunity, as is the case in Waikato and Horizons, where the Institute funds the entire student concession, for Environment Canterbury to identify and engage with an alternative source, perhaps to augment rating funding that you might choose to obtain. I mentioned earlier that there was a general consensus to explore a single urban zone in Greater Christchurch. So our current zonal system has 3 zones. Zone 1 is largely the Christchurch City Council rating boundary. Zone 2 is the Waimakariri urban boundary. Zone 2 down the bottom is the Selwyn urban area, and Zone 3 is those much further distance away, smaller urban communities where we have dedicated commuter services coming into the city in the morning and leaving in the afternoon, so bespoke services for those communities. So the intent behind this idea of a single zone was to join the 2 zones 1 and 2 together to create a Greater Christchurch urban zone. Obviously, the majority of our citizens who engage with public transport live within that zone. And so there was merit in exploring a reduction in fares for all of those parties. However, there were some things that our partners wished us to consider. Firstly, should we consider increasing the price when we reduce the zone to offset the cost? And should we consider what the rating impact might be for Waimakariri and Selwyn ratepayers if we reduced the zones to 1 zone? And so we modelled several scenarios around all of those questions and several others, and we've included some scenarios for a single zone in the options for council to consider. I'd like to come back to this conversation around price, value, choice, because it's an important one to think about, given that our community makes this decision every day as to how they travel. So we know that our price compares, on the whole, favourably nationally. However, we know that our service is not competitive enough when we think about time, when we think about access, when we think about convenience. We know that our existing PT users have made this choice and they've decided that PT is the right mode for them, given the travel conditions they are considering. However, we also know that many of our citizens choose to drive their car because PT is simply not competitive enough for them. The value proposition in their mind doesn't stack up. So while we can say our price is competitive nationally, in the Greater Christchurch context, it's not cutting the mustard in terms of encouraging enough people to engage with our service compared to our competitors, which is the private car. And that's largely because of the value people apply to convenience and time. So they're willing to pay more to drive their car because of the convenience and time. So the research and the conversations we've had with the community, with elected members, with our Greater Christchurch partners, have validated that service improvement is a priority and that council should continue to see that as a key focus to improving the outcomes for public transport for Greater Christchurch. However, as I mentioned, delivering service improvement takes significant time. PD Future's investment profile sees us delivering progressive service uplifts over a 10-year period. The message that we've been hearing from our community through our research, through our engagement with our governors, through deputations today, is that's too long. And there is a desire to do something sooner. We know when we think about Auckland and Wellington, they have significant sticks, if you like, that influence people's travel behaviour, significant congestion, significant travel distance and therefore time, significant costs for parking compared to Greater Christchurch. We can't pull any of those levers instantly in Greater Christchurch. We can't turn on congestion tomorrow. We can't change the land use patterns here tomorrow. We can't change the parking policy for the whole of Greater Christchurch tomorrow. So how then are we going to influence that tipping point of our community to think about PT as a viable option? Well, the only lever you really have to pull is price. So the question then becomes, how do you want to pull that lever and when? So as I mentioned, based on the research and based on engagement with yourselves through various workshops and our partners, we have modelled a range of options and scenarios for you to consider. In modelling those options, we've considered price, we've considered benefit outcomes, we've considered feasibility of implementation given the constraints that we currently have, and we've considered the likelihood of success and the ability to attract government funding in the future through having sufficient data to support an appropriate business case. Just a few words about modelling. There are lots of different ways to do modelling. And if you choose different ways of doing modelling, you'll come up likely with different outcomes. So what we've done is used historical data and outcomes to predict the future. It's important to understand that we are predicting the future, not forecasting what will actually happen in the future. We've applied a range of assumptions to compensate for data gaps. We've had to take an averaging approach because of this variability. We've considered low, medium and high scenarios to compensate for that. And with the encouragement and input from people in our community, we've applied a reasonableness lens from a Greater Christchurch perspective, which has meant we've done a number of iterations to our modelling to come up with some numbers. We've used the Waka Kotahi monetised benefits and cost model as opposed to any other model that might be out there, because not to do that would jeopardise any opportunity to gain funding from central government. So we've produced a bunch of options and a bunch of numbers, which are in your pack here as well. So as you know, the intent here is to go out and engage with our community in 2 weeks, in fact, to test their enthusiasm for some of these scenarios, but also test their willingness to pay for some of these scenarios, given that that funding is largely going to have to come from rating. The status quo is the baseline or the benchmark that we are referencing here. So people will be thinking about what happens now and what would I like the future to look like. In choosing the 4 options that are in your paper, we've looked at those that generate patronage uplift as worthy of consideration. And there are a number of scenarios in here that do not do that. And so we've discounted those to be taken any further. And those that are affordable. And that context is set by yourselves ultimately in your decisions on annual plan adjustments. And so where we landed was that the tertiary concession, as I said, has significant merit and should be included in any community engagement. And there were three other options we felt were worthy of consideration. The first one was a 25% discount on the Metro card across the board. This was a scenario that was presented to council some months ago and received significant positive feedback on. Essentially what this means is the Zone 1 fare would become $2 for an adult and the Zone 2 fare would become $3 for an adult. Simple numbers, easy to understand, easy to engage with. It means that tertiary students would receive a 25% discount. It means that community service card holders would receive a 25% discount. It means that every other citizen in the Greater Christchurch who engages with public transport within the zones would receive a 25% discount. However, that comes with a cost. So while the patronage uplift of 10% is a significant shift in engagement with public transport, it requires a significant investment. The other two scenarios explore the idea of a flat zone, this idea of Zone 1 and 2 coming together. We've explored a flat fare of $2 across those two zones that delivers a greater level of engagement with PT, 14%, but of course comes at a greater cost. The third option, which we were asked to evaluate, was to use the existing Zone 1 fare structure applied across Zone 1 and 2. It's probably not surprising that the outcome of that scenario was relatively low. However, it was positive and was affordable, and that's why it ended up in the list. When we engage with our community, it's important to give them two pieces of information. What is the service outcome or experience that they will have from these changes, and are they willing to fund it? And so we need to be able to tell them a cost range, a rating range, to give them some context of relativity between the options and the commitment that's being asked of them. In order to get that cost range, we have to do modelling. So if council wishes to explore other scenarios, and I understand there might be some wishes to do that, that's all good and fine, but we will have to remodel to produce the information to support the engagement. I'd just like to reiterate, we're planning on engaging in 2 weeks' time, which means our collateral must go to the printers next Friday. So there's not a lot of time. So to sum up and rounding out the strategic thinking from council, you already have a number of clear strategic paths for the medium and longer term that you've been thinking about, that you've committed to, and that you've asked staff to work on. PD Futures is clearly one of those. We're committing to funding that with our partners. Mike Davidson was here today talking about Christchurch City Council's commitment to provide infrastructure to support service improvement. That has to go hand in hand with our commitment to provide service uplift. We've got national ticketing coming down the road in the not too distant future, which is a bit of a game changer for engagement with public transport nationally. As I mentioned earlier, we're about to transition to our new real-time information system in a few weeks' time in mid-October. That is a significant investment made by Environment Canterbury and indeed Christchurch City Council. It's a partnership project to improve service outcomes for our community. Council is very focused and very committed to decarbonising our fleet, and there is funding in our long-term plan to enable us to do that. And so staff have been and are investing time in making that a reality. On-demand trials, we've done one of those in Tumu, which has been quite successful, I think, for that community. And I'm sure council will be interested in trialling that in Greater Christchurch. And you're exploring the idea of mass rapid transit as a long-term solution, ultimately having a 100% zero emissions public transport environment for Greater Christchurch that incorporates multiple modes of transport. However, in the short term, there's really only one thing you can do, and that is a fare stimulus, which is what the purpose of this conversation is today. So to summarise, the main focus is on service improvements over the medium to long term. While our prices compare well, it's simply not competitive enough given the current environment we are in Greater Christchurch, the service levels of PT. Simon Kingham talked about the fact that we just don't have much congestion here. Travel times are relatively short, buying a car is cheap, and indeed running it is relatively cheap compared to national benchmarks. Therefore, to influence the choices that Greater Christchurch citizens make now, you really do have to pull that price lever if that's what you choose. There is some funding available in the long-term plan currently to support some fair trials. It is a limited amount of money, so it doesn't go a long way. And in the options that we've presented, you'll note that the cost of some of those are significantly more than the funding we've got available. So you're going to need to top it up. But there are choices and options available for council to be bold, to do something now, to disrupt and stimulate patronage and engagement with public transport, and to test those ideas with the community. So then community engagement is very important to inform your thinking for the annual plan coming up and how you determine to set that budget. There are lots of options and choices for the community to contribute to. And eventually, essentially your optioneering. Is this option better than this option? Do we want to join these two together, etc., etc. Ultimately, if you want funding from central government, we have to do a business case and we have to have good, solid, reliable data to support that. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Stuart, for that very thorough report. That was excellent. We've got a couple of questions already. Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you. Just on clarity, I don't know whether you wanted to pull it back up, but that engagement slide towards the end there. At the bottom of the lines, you've got a line which says LTP funding applied, which is very small. I just want, I've got a couple of questions. Well, one probably leads on from the other, but in the many pages of papers that we've got for this, it talks about Whakakatahi putting in the funding for the fair stimulus of 2 million over 2 years. Am I correct in that?
So just to clarify, there is $2 billion available over 2 years in our long-term plan, of which 51% of that is provided by Whakakatahi to support some targeted fair stimulus trials.
So we've got roughly 1 billion per year.
Yes.
If we split it. Thank you. Because that's going to makes quite a difference to perhaps other questions. Have you taken into account that sort of quantum of money when you've looked at the potential impact there? And
yes, so good question. So just to round out that point, so yes, there's $2 million over 2 years, of which 51% is from Whakakatahi. Excuse me, it's important to recognise that whatever option you choose to turn on, once that money runs out, it's run out until you decide to fully fund it ongoing yourselves or there's funding from Whakakatahi. So it's very important to think about what happens next at the end of the trial. This is why the business case is so important and why we're so focused on starting in July 2022, because it gives you 2 full consecutive fiscal years to test, to get data, to complete a business case and to submit it to Whakakatahi ahead of the next National Land Transport Plan. So in answer to your question, Councillor Mackay, what we have done for each of these options, we have applied the money. These numbers are for 1 year, so we've applied $1 million to these options individually. It's important to understand, based on these numbers, you cannot join them together because you'll be counting your money twice. Yeah. Yes. If you wanted to package things together, we would have to remodel.
I think that's what I was looking for, the clarity. If we were to choose, for example, the tertiary student one where it says no rating impact, we've got to have taken into account that we've already got $1 million, therefore we wouldn't have it in one of the other stimulus. Thank you.
Can I also just say one more thing, sorry? On the right-hand side, there's the fare-free analysis, and you'll note in yellow writing it says no Wakakote funding applied. So Wakakote will not allow us to apply their funding to that option. So only the local share funding has been applied to that option. So for 1 year, that's 490K.
All right, we've got a number of other questions here, so we'll just go through them. Councillor John Sunkel.
Thank you for this, Stuart. Really helpful. I'm seconding an amendment later on. I don't want to go into the detail of it in this space. So we understand the finance of what may be associated with the tertiary, and you've explained that if we start in July, that would give us 2 full years of funding. What other constraints or physical constraints might we have in bringing that forward to the 8th of February, which some of us would like to do? So understanding the finance implications, the physical ramifications of attempting to do that, just explanation.
Sure. So we've tried to articulate that on page 121, item 81, page 119, sorry, item 72, etc. There's a number of things there. There are several things that we as staff have considered. Because we need, if Environment Canterbury wants to obtain central government funding in the long term for such an initiative, we have to do a business case. To do that business case, we have to have robust data. To collect robust data, we need to use the MetroCard system or whatever other ticketing system we might have in place. If we don't associate those cards as a student concession properly, then we will not necessarily get the most accurate data. So as an example, if we were to say to the drivers, you will look at a student ID and you will push the child fare on the bus. We know from our experience that the efficacy of that process will be very low. So drivers will struggle with that because there are multiple student ID cards out there. The ability for the driver to quickly and accurately look at a card means it will take them time, which will slow down our service. And our community have said our service is too slow. So in many cases, they simply won't look at the card. Someone will flash something and so you'll get misuse of funds. The driver will need to push a button to charge the child fare. The button that they will push is the child non-Metro card service. So we have that option in the button. What that means, it's a single trip. What that means is that the student will not benefit from our capping arrangements and from our transfer arrangements. So they will get a reduced fare. But if they ride the bus 3 times, they will pay 3 times, not twice. So we feel that if we want to do this properly and have data to support the economics, we should use the methodology that we articulated in the paper. We should engage with the tertiary institutes. And furthermore, if we want to obtain revenue or contribution from the tertiary institutes, we need to know that student A is from the University of Canterbury, student B is from Ara, student C is from Lincoln, and student D, who doesn't have a student ID, because not all institutes have a student ID, is still eligible and can use the service. The other constraint for us is the physical resource. So again, as I said, our team is very focused on doing things well, and we are heavily involved in delivering the LTP program right now. Part of that program is the RTI project, going live in October, is the service reviews for the PD Futures work that you want to turn on mid next year. That's happening in November. So there's a significant work program on our plates right now. We have some 25 EVs joining our fleet in the next few months. So we're pretty focused on making sure that they get here and get turned on as quickly as possible. You want us to procure 20 more. So we're pretty focused on doing that as well at the moment. So our resourcing is already allocated, but council can choose to retarget that resource if they want. So we could pause PD Futures, we could pause various other projects and retask people if that's the priority you want to apply.
Right, thank you, Stuart. The next person on the list is Phil Clearwater.
Thank you, Stuart. You might have heard there was one of the submitters this morning indicated that in fact our fares were among the highest in New Zealand. I assume later that reference was to the cost of fares, a bus fare for students. I just wonder if you could perhaps clarify that situation.
Thank you. So when we looked at the different fare structures earlier on this afternoon for Auckland and Wellington, you may have noticed that their first zones are relatively cheap. So zone 1 in Wellington, I think, was $1.74 off the top of my head, and in Auckland it was $2.20. So if you do a zone 1 fare in Auckland or Wellington, it is cheaper than ours. However, zone 1 is very small. And as you would have seen, our zone 1 covers a significant proportion of the communities in Auckland and Wellington. And so we know also from our research from our MetroCard data that the average journey length in Greater Christchurch is around about 8 to 9 k's. And so in those two cities, that's 2 zones. You would traverse up zone boundary. And on that basis, our fare system is cheaper. In terms of the student concession, as I said, Auckland, 20% discount funded through rates and government grants. Wellington, 25% discount funded through rates and government grants. So again, if you were a student travelling in zone 1, and remember that in Wellington, a lot of student accommodation is very close to the university, then it will be cheaper than here. But if you're travelling more than one zone, our standard fare, zone 1 fare is cheaper than the student concession. Same in Auckland, the University of Auckland is in that city zone. A lot of students live close to the university. So it depends on where you travel. But if you, as I said before, when we do our modelling analysis, we are applying averages here. There will always be examples of it being cheaper and examples of it being more expensive. That's right. Just in terms of Dunedin, they have a flat fare, adult fare of $2. So that's cheaper than ours. And they are concerned that it's too cheap. So they are considering raising their fare at the moment, which is in the papers that we provided to you.
Thanks, Stuart. Ian, Councillor Ian.
Thank you, Stuart. Your recommendation for the tertiary fare discount is for July, and you've given quite a considerable number of reasons for that, which makes sense. One of the sort of carrots that's dangled in front of us as a regional council is the fact that these tertiary institutes will contribute, but presumably that'll take time to negotiate some sort of a deal. Do you have a view as to A, what that time frame might be, and B, how important is it to have that funding in place before we start the fare discount, or can we implement it halfway through the, having already done it? And I've got another question after that, if I may, Madam Chair.
So through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the conversations that we've had with University of Canterbury, University of Lincoln and Art Institute all have signalled to us their willingness to explore contributing to a student concession, which is extremely positive. However, like us, they have budgets to manage. They have annual plans and long-term plans to do. So what we've been told is they would have to account for this within their budgeting process, which is not unreasonable. I don't think, well, our project team don't think that is a prerequisite to do a tertiary concession. The learnings you'll gain from doing it, regardless, are worthwhile. The benefits are worthwhile. The question becomes whether you wish to fund it yourselves. Our view is that one of the benefits of waiting to July, it's very low down on our priority list, is to have more detailed engagement and conversation with the tertiary institutes, recognising that they have to budget for this. We also need to understand how they might want to contribute. So in the paper that you've got, there are several different scenarios proposed. One is based simply on student population, regardless of who rides the bus. One was based on consumption. So only University of Canterbury student rides would be funded and supported by University of Canterbury. That requires the data to be specific for them. Another option is just that they contribute a percentage. I suspect if it were my business or my organisation, I'd want to fund my students. Yeah. And so we need to make sure we can enable that to happen. And certainly that would be part of any business case proposition we will put to government. They would be looking to see whether we'd explored that option.
All right. Thank you, Ian. You've got a second question?
Yeah, so my second question, thank you for that. So with the exception of the student discount and the under 19 discount, is the timing terrible for trying to stimulate public transport in general, given we have COVID and that is a disincentive for people to use public transport? I think it's highly likely, given what's happening overseas, that at some stage the government will give up trying to combat COVID and it'll go through the unvaccinated population, and that'll be a further disincentive. And there doesn't seem to be any indication from overseas how long that's likely to last. But I just wonder whether we're actually pouring good money, we're proposing to pour good money after bad because the timing's so wrong.
Look, I don't think it's something that staff could comment on the COVID longevity of that issue. We do know today that patronage across the country is impacted by COVID. And part of that reason is we're in alert level 2 or alert level 3 or whatever alert level it is. We know from previous lockdown, when we moved to alert level 1, patronage came back to about 80% of what we had. But we also know that in the case of students, they are highly motivated on price. And what we know from our visual views of public transport consumption, that before this last lockdown, mask compliance was very low in young people. So that would suggest that their tolerance is a lot different to other parts of the community. So I'm not so sure that from what we've seen that it would be a distraction for the tertiary cohort.
Thank you, Stuart. We've still got some more questions for you. Councillor Nicole Marshall.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stuart, for an excellent presentation. And I see we've got Deb and Len online. I'm not sure who else you've got here from public transport, but yeah, I really want to thank you all for the amount of effort that's gone into bringing this to council today. We've got 200 pages of reports here that your team have worked on and also had commissioned, and you've responded to a huge amount of work from us both in doing this and through the long-term plan. And I really want to acknowledge your team for that. It has been a huge effort and I want to say thank you. So I have just a couple of questions, if that's okay, Jenny. So through the presentation, you've said that price is kind of generally okay on the whole for things, but the service delivery has a way to go. You indicated the mid-October transition to RTI. November next year, we're looking at the service review. That's one of a number of service delivery things going on. Is that my understanding? And so those sorts of service delivery is another part of what we're working on, as well as the fare things right now.
Yeah, so the service review is this that's why it's quite important to us in terms of resource allocations. So the service review is to review the services for Route 17 and 28 as part of the PD Futures program of work, and that is scheduled for implementation in the second half of next calendar year. Now, the sooner we do the service review, the sooner we can finalise the timetables and the outcomes and the costs. which then means we can complete the last business case hurdle we have to jump through for Waka Kotahi. And once we've jumped through that hurdle, we can then engage in a contract variation with operators and then order vehicles. So there are a number of sequential events that have to happen to enable the service improvement to physically be delivered. So the longer we push that out, the further away the service uplift becomes.
And my second question just relates to whether these options that you've got on screen and on the attachments, are they for Greater Christchurch only, or are they for Christchurch and Timaru? Just noting that within the covering report, it does say regarding tertiary, it mentions Timaru as well. So just getting clarification on what exactly is covered in this peer review.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So the model we've done is focused on Greater Christchurch because of the scale and volume. The notice of motion proposed applying a tertiary concession to Timaru, and we would agree that that would be a sensible thing to do. If you're going to do it here, you should do it down there. But the impact of that in the scheme of things is not really that great.
And the three options that you're suggesting, is that Greater Christchurch?
All Greater Christchurch again because of the volumes. Yeah.
And last question. So you've indicated that we do a 2-year trial, in theory, then would have business case to go to Waka Kotahi, so in theory get funding. My understanding of how funding worked this NLTF was everything that was BAU was funded essentially. So in theory, the concessions would then be BAU, so in theory more likely to be funded, or it's still a new thing by then?
That'd be great if it was like that. No. So it's not quite like that. So when you do a trial, it's not considered the continuous. They call this a continuous program. It's not part of that. And so this is why you have to do a business case to support the argument to move it into business as usual. So typically what happens with the NLTP process is councils do business cases leading up to the NLTF consideration by Waka Kotahi. We submit those before the consideration has been made, and the board considers those and makes some decisions. They are then incorporated into the NLTP. So it's important that you get your business case in before they make those decisions. Now, this time round, as you will know, the approval of the National Land Transport Plan and Fund was delayed by several months. And what Waka Kotahi did then, and have done in the past when it's been delayed, is to fund continuous activities until such time as the final decision is made. So the normal process is we would do a business case, we would submit it, we would get an indication that it was approved, supported or not, and then it will be included in the NLTP. So what I'm suggesting to you is you want to do that early enough so that you know the outcome before the end of year 3, because you need to make decisions yourselves in your long-term plans if you don't get funding.
Good, Stuart, thanks very much. We've got Councillor Peter Scott.
Just in relation to that, my way, we've ticked it, Stuart, but I don't think we've got the big tick from Waka Kotahi yet in terms of that. We're still thinking that might be just a little thing we have to wait for. That's not my question, that's a comment. So it looks like the tools in the toolbox that we've got, Stuart, are evolving, and national ticketing, the national ticketing program that's going to be outlined. And did I miss a date that you gave us for that?
At this stage, it's programmed for late 2022, early 2023.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vicky Southworth.
Thank you. Thanks for it. Was, yeah, absolutely enormous report. I feel a bit ahead of some of my councillors and I'd already read quite a lot of the stuff that was in here before we got it last Friday. So it was at least one advantage of being quite involved. In terms of your description of the way the student concession would work with the driver pressing a button, I thought that we have a metro card system, and at the moment we have for our high school students a birth date goes onto that system, and it automatically recognises them as a child, and that figure, when they tap it, it's counted. So perhaps in my naivety, I was imagining that the student card, it would be a process of going to a service centre, having your card verified as being, yep, you're eligible for a student concession. In this case, it would be putting a date on for a period of time rather than a birth date, but essentially the same system. It was only ever I think is always about using the Metro card. So it would not be a case of the bus driver having to say, yes, you're a student, yes, you're at the right institution or whatever, holding up the bus and pressing a button. It wouldn't apply to cash payers. It would simply be through the Metro card system. So is that not feasible? Is that not how that could operate?
No, that's right. So we can't just simply change the date of birth on an existing Metro card. If it were that simple, that would be great. The second thing that's important to us is to understand which institute that student is associated with. And so there isn't a mechanism in our ticketing system at the moment, unless we get it developed, to do that. So how we propose to solve that problem is copying the Can-Do card model, where each school who gets a Can-Do card is assigned a number range of Metro card. Every Metro card has a unique number. So we would assign a range of cards to every institute, which enables us to track the travel behaviours of those students to inform the institute, your students did this in terms of numbers of trips, not they got on here and go at a macro level. 1,000 of your students use the bus, which also enables us to make appropriate analysis and contributions to a business case for Waka Kotahi. So in order to do that, we would issue a student with a student concession card that is tagged to that institute, that, as you just pointed out, would already be preloaded with a birth date that is a child date on it. That has nothing to do with their birth date, because we have children, students who are over 18, over 20, over 50, but their card would be a child card. And then the final piece of that puzzle is when that student has finished being a student, we would then be able to turn the concession off on that card, so that, can I use our colleague here, Catherine, who has a student ID card, but only attends university infrequently, one night a week, is not eligible for the concession because she earns quite a lot of money, more than a student, shall we say. But eventually your studies stop. And so the question then becomes, how do we manage public funds correctly to be able to turn a concession off and on? And so that's why we've come up with this approach.
Can follow up. The Metro card, a standard Metro card, can have a birth date put onto it. So children who are not a high school with a Can-Do card can still have a concession and a childcare. So could a standard Metro card not have a student concession applied that would pick up for that period of time whilst it's eligible? And if not, why not?
So as I said, our current ticketing system does not allow us to do that. We would need to get that built from the supplier.
And could we not do that?
Yes, we could, but you wouldn't get that done by February. It would cost a significant amount of money. So why I say that is, last year, Canterbury participated in a national project called the Green Card, which was a Green Party initiative to offer a 50% discount to community service card holders for public transport. And you'll be aware that government are about to test that as a trial in Auckland next year. So as part of that piece of work, we investigated the costs to provision that capability with our ticketing system. This is essentially the same thing as what you're saying, is we would tag a particular card as eligible for a concession. And that cost was substantive. And our view at the moment is we're going to be replacing our ticketing system, national ticketing. So investing a significant amount of money in it now is possibly not a good use of funds. And so this solution that we came up with enables us to achieve. Enables us to achieve exactly what you just said, but without the cost implications and overhead of requiring a modification to our current ticketing system. So we're trying to achieve exactly the same thing, but in a slightly different way.
So you've got a solution. That's fantastic. And I would just like, most students are in the low income bracket. Most students do attend more than one night a week, excepting there are a few who don't, but I'm sure Catherine pays some rates that would mean that maybe that offsets the cost of her having a student discount, and maybe she doesn't travel on the bus that often. So because most people on over 100 grand don't travel on our buses, as our data shows, most of them are on under 40k. So on that basis, just with these cards that we could issue, it sounds like there is a solution there. So what time frame could those be developed in if you were able to start?
So a couple of things there. One of the things that council needs to consider when making these sorts of concession decisions is this idea of equity, which you've heard a lot about. And so within our community, there are a number of different groups in our community who believe that they're deserving of a concession because of various situations or conditions. And so you're going to make a decision about one particular cohort to the exclusion of others. And therefore it's important to consider how you ensure that people who aren't in that cohort don't get the advantage of the system because of this equity question. So using public funds correctly. So in answer to your question, how soon can we deliver that outcome? So we would need to create batches of cards for each institute, which means we need to order those batches of cards. We would need to pre-process those cards with a set birth date, which makes it a child. And then we would need to engage with the institutes to enable them to hand those cards out to their students, and we would be happy to help with that process. So that we could capture not necessarily personal details, but we need to know that this card belongs to the University of Canterbury, and we need for University of Canterbury to tell us at some point in time, this person is, or this card is no longer a student and therefore not eligible, so we can turn it off. So that's why we went for July, because that's how long that process would take, given we have all our resources already deployed on other activities that are time, and at the moment seem time critical for people. It's important to also recognise that when we order a batch of Metro cards, it typically takes 8 to 12 weeks for them to arrive. We know there are supply chain challenges at the moment from COVID. So we are, as you'd expect from staff, being cautious around commitments.
Yeah, so just on the side, like we have, I was really pleased to hear you talk about passenger numbers. So we have had that that focus. So we're not talking here about a trial that's simply to do with equity. We have made it very clear it's about passenger number uplift. And so just on that 8 to 12 weeks, essentially with best endeavours, and if we were to say go today and enable a reprogramming of your workload, we could be looking at cards coming in this side of Christmas or early New Year. And we have heard from the institution, certainly our 3 major ones are, well, ARA, I know through just conversation, but certainly University of Canterbury and Lincoln were here represented today. Very, very keen to hear that. And we heard from Robin Nuttall, who's senior at the university, that in her view, it's absolutely critical to start in the new year when the students are getting set up for their year. So given all those things, am I right in thinking with best endeavours and if with that ability to flex in the work programme as it stands, we could actually implement something for the start of the new year?
I'm going to be a bit cagey, if I may. Um, look, in my mind, the term as soon as practicable is the language that I would use. With the right resource and the right funds and everything aligning and going without problems, then it would be possible to implement that change in a February timeframe or as soon as practical. However, we know that everything doesn't always go as planned, and that's why I feel uncomfortable, and you can see I feel uncomfortable making a commitment that says we will do this by that date. I recognise the commentary from the folk doing the deputations that says that implementing such a thing as this at the beginning of the institute year, academic year, is the best time to do it, and there's no argument from staff about that. Absolutely, that's correct. However, I would reiterate that the primary focus here is to reduce the fiscal burden for students. And I would argue that if a student is offered a fiscal incentive, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, they will engage with it. And so even in July, we would have the opportunity and the mechanisms to stand up resource and engagement opportunities on campus to promote and sell this card, not physically sell it, but distribute it to students with a high degree of uptake.
I guess at the end of the trial as well, there would be a 6-month gap potentially.
Well, this is why I'm saying that
no funding.
It's important to line your ducks up. So we've got funding for 2 years of a trial. You want to do that in a consecutive period, and you want to gather the data such that you can produce the business case early enough so that if you don't get it approved, you've got some headroom to make decisions yourselves in your LTP process. And so if we start too early, you're going to run out of money. Or you're going to have to make that decision earlier, before Wakakotahi, in fact, have considered it. So
Okay, Vicky, you can just keep on going a week, one more.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. One last one, which is that to me, you've made such a good case here, and also hearing from the support with community and so on and so forth. And the tertiary student concessions are very much supported through the submissions that came in our regional public transport plan. So we've had consultation with the public on this as well, and it's been picked back up in data more recently through marketing research. If we were to start in January and get data and get support from our institutions and so on, is there an opportunity to actually apply to Wakakotahi for this to not be part of the trial, but to be something that is supported through their other funding options? Because it really does seem to me like a no-brainer. Is that possible?
Look, it's absolutely possible to submit a case to Wakakotahi at any time for funding. I'm not in a position to say whether or not they would approve it and release funds for it. That's really for them to talk to. All I can say, and you've heard before, they are significantly fiscally constrained. They have borrowed $2 billion to support this current NLTF and give councils the funding that we've been given. They have made the message very clear to us and other councils. There are no more cookies in the jar. And so they are also dealing with COVID. And what that means for them is their revenue stream is compromised. There's people driving, less fuel tax, less road user charges. And so while we could ask for the money, there's a high degree of uncertainty as to whether they would have any to give.
Right, thank you. Now we've got a few more people here. Megan, you're next, and then Grant, and then Craig, then Lan. So you go next, Megan.
Thank you. Sure, you've answered lots of my questions already, which is great. From running through, you essentially run us through those options on page 119 and 20 with relation to that tertiary concession. Just in terms of their fair policy engagement,
I'm just trying to work out how it lines up with what you've just said in terms of the tertiary student thing and the consideration around February or July. If we went out and we go out and do the engagement, when will we be implementing the fares for whatever, when that process would finish? If you can give me that date. Just trying to see how it folds over, but also obviously given the deputations today, we said, February is sort of the ideal. How would, if you made it February the following year, impact upon the ability to put together a business case? Obviously, everyone wants to go faster, but if we're being told that July is also not going to be good in terms of the data and in terms of delivery of it by the institutions, how would that affect those other processes? If you can, thanks.
Okay, so July doesn't impact the efficacy of the data. In fact, it makes it better than trying to squeeze it in earlier. If we waited till February 2023, there's a risk that you would change your mind because of national ticketing. And so you know, that's something to consider. Whereas in July, it's happening. And regardless of national ticketing, whether it's on time or whether it's late, you've got a tertiary concession in place that students can consume and get benefit from. If we think about the other options that you're considering, with the exception of the student concession scenario, all of the others simply require, with the exception of fare free as well, the other changes to the pricing mechanism and zoning require us to change the current fare price, and staff have the access and ability to do that within the system now. So it's relatively a small amount of time to do that. So if council made a decision on their LTP in June, we would be ready to do all those things in July, August. In terms of the tertiary concession, if council didn't make a decision on the LTP till June, you're talking about engaging with the community, informing the annual plan, consulting, then making a decision. Our view is that the time and effort to create the concession, regardless of whether you approve it or not, is not wasted. At some point in time, it's highly likely that council will want to implement a concession of some sort. So the work that we will be doing is, for us, it doesn't matter what concession it is at the moment. It's a concession which requires a special card. So we're going to have to do that anyway. The engagement we would have to do with the tertiary institutes is not wasted because they are interested in contributing. So that's all going to be of value to us. So our view is that we should invest the time to be able to stand it up as soon as you make a decision.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Craig Borland.
Kia ora koutou, and reiterating the amount of work that's going on here, and but also acknowledge Vicky and the work that she's been doing as well. I'm a bit confused and a little bit frustrated too. And I'm hearing that there's the barriers there around our current MetroCard system, and that a concession requires a separate card, which sort of seems crazy to me. And I understand that the national ticketing situation might solve that. You can confirm that for me in a moment, but and I'm just trying to understand why our current, or if our current MetroCard system gathers data and we collect that data currently, why we can't add more data fields to that system, and whether this is a problem of we don't know how to do it or we haven't got the right expertise to solve it. I don't know. I'm really frustrated because it doesn't seem like it should be that hard to add some data behind the scenes, but I'm not an expert on these systems. But that's what I really want to know. If you could explain it to us, it would help me understand why we can't do this simply. Yeah. And or is there people out there that we could employ to help crack the code or something?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so our current system does not have the mechanism in it to enable us to associate a concession to a card. That mechanism can be created by the supplier of the system. So it's not that we can't make that happen. The issue we have is the time that we need to invest to enable that to happen, and the cost to do that based on other sample investigations we've done, green card, lead us to the conclusion that there are other ways to solve this problem in the short term that don't consume Environment Canterbury funds that you want to give as a concession. So we're trying to deliver the solution in the most cost-effective way, recognising that the system that we have today, we're not going to have in the medium term. National ticketing will replace it. National ticketing already has the capability to enable multiple concessions, which are irrespective of the token that you use. So at the moment, our ticketing system requires the Metro card. It's the only token you can use. Whereas with national ticketing, you can use your credit card, your debit card, your mobile phone. You can go down to the supermarket and buy a New Zealand transit card that will allow you to access public transport nationally. But the concession that gets applied to you as an individual and associated with your token. So with national ticketing, you could have a student concession and some other concession that you might be eligible for together on your token. We can't do that now at the moment unless we commission our ticketing provider to build that for us, which we can do if council wants us to do that.
If it can't do a concession easily without lots of extra work and cost, can it not gather the data we need though? Can it have the fact that this person goes to such and such a university registered against their name and the date of birth, etc., that's already there? Can that field not be added so we can at least collect data in the interim or connect information to that?
We can do that, but as we discussed earlier, we're not able to change the date of birth on a card. So that's the key thing. To give access to the child fare, date of birth on the card needs to be such that it meets the criteria. And so if we're issuing a card that has that criteria, what we're saying is we will issue a card block to University of Canterbury, which enables us to get the data you're talking about. So I'd appreciate it. Sounds like a simple problem to solve. If we could do it in 5 minutes, we would have told you that.
Okay. Then is Lan?
Mine has been answered. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, they're all answered.
Yeah.
So is it?
Yeah, I have, but it's a different question. Sorry, you referred to if council made a decision to progress this and reallocate some of the other work that you're doing, and you referred to some of the PT Futures work. You referred to 2 routes that are first up. Can you remind me which routes those were that may be delayed as a result if we were to make the decision and reallocate that?
The 2 routes are Route 17 and Route 28.
Sorry, we've got the answer to that now. John just has a further follow-up. John.
Very simple question. You talked about the modelling required for other options. Has the modelling been done for the Fare Free trial? I presume it has been done. So if that was added into the space, that's fine. That was just a clarification. Thank you.
All right, Vicky, I'll allow one. You can have one.
Yeah, my last one. This comes off the discussion with all the card, but now coming back to the under 19s. So if our current Metro cards have got a birth date on them, then is that not a simple thing to change for the under 19s?
For you, Madam Chair, yes, that's an excellent question. So to resolve the under 19 change in the system, what we are going to do is to change the child threshold from 18 to 19, which doesn't require us to modify any cards. And so we have engaged with our supplier to enable us to have that feature. And so that's why I say we are able to turn that on soon. Our reason for saying February, again, comes back to the fact that there's a lot going on in October in public transport for our community and for our team, which we cannot change. We are transitioning to our new RTI system in October. When we do the under 19 change, we really want to communicate to our community, to the schools, to the tertiary institutes that this is happening, rather than just flip the switch, if you like, and just have it happen. And so that requires our comms resource to pull together that information. And they're focused on the fare engagement work, which starts on the 15th of October. And they're focused on the service review, which starts in November. And they're focused on the COVID changes that we have no choice but to communicate.
And also it's time Canterbury. They're also working on the climate change work.
Thank you. Vicky, are you finished?
Well, just to follow up on that, if I was a parent paying $11.50 a week extra, I would be quite happy for that switch to be flipped without having the comms come first. And I think through the school's app system, that could be messaged to our schools very quickly that that's the case. And it's pre-Christmas, $11.50 a week saving for those in Zone 1. So to me, that would seem the priority. And if we can make it happen without all the comms, then you know, maybe this is a question for TAF. You know, we've got good connections, is my understanding, with schools, and we could quickly distribute that message.
Thank you. I'm sure that could be done by texting or something. But anyway, where was I up to? Grant, and then we're just going to finish this off. But I'm trying to get all the questions exhausted before we stop. Grant.
Okay, if it's okay, I've got some observations and a couple of questions.
Okay, not too long.
No, okay. The observation is really the discussion that we've just been having about the technology involved with our current Metro card. I think that needs to be investigated. You know, is it a barcode that you attach to the card? What is the mechanism? A really easy, quick mechanism. It seems crazy that we have to go and do this. In terms of delivery of Metro cards, I'm sure there's a big delivery of Metro cards that take place prior to the beginning of every start of universities and schools around New Zealand, and including Canterbury. So, you know, that Metro card delivery process, I would think, is already in train, or would have to be in train to meet the February deadline.
Can you just get on with it? Are you on your question? Yeah.
Of two questions. One of them is, you mentioned at the very beginning about remodeling required before the engagement takes place, if we decide to have combinations of these. I'm just wondering, in terms of the extent of the remodeling, what's involved in that, and what's the time frame? Can it be fast-tracked using consultants?
So consultants have done the modelling. So we would just engage them to do more modelling. Depends on how many options you want to model.
Stuart, does it depend on how much the options vary from what you've already modelled? Because it's a bit of a hard question for you because you haven't seen what they might be.
Yeah, as I mentioned when we talked about how the modelling is done, the inputs to the model process influence the outcome of the modelling process. So every time we have a scenario, we start from scratch. I'll just well, just to revalidate, you've actually only got 5 days because we have to print our collateral next Friday. So we have to have completed the engagement collateral by Thursday next week.
Grant, there's your answer. What's the next thing?
Just quickly, I know at the beginning you also mentioned that the modelling options are based on historical information, but rather than future, and that assumptions are made. Is it possible that you could at least within the next week get your modellers to make some assumptions
so that and they're clearly identified as assumptions within the engagement document.
We can ask the modelers to model anything. We can ask the modelers to make any assumption we like. I guess our advice to council is that if you're going to engage with the community on a range of options, there needs to be some relativity and consistency between those options. Otherwise, every option will have caveats and assumptions associated with it, which makes it very difficult to engage with.
So thank you, Stuart, but I have a question about that. Anything we go, what if we didn't model? You've just answered it then, but is everything that goes out on an engagement plan modelled? Because with fast processes like happen, it's almost like we're set up to fail, because we're elected members and you're staff, obviously, and you've only got so many hours in each day, and you've only got so many staff, and you've only got so much money, and we've got a climate change emergency, and we all want change, and you've identified the levers, but you know, maybe we have to be more risky. What would happen if we didn't model them? What is the absolute thing that would happen? Because the options I see being put up aren't much different from the options you've already, they're just sort of slight changes. So could we go out without modelling them? What is our risk? Public would get confused. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look, I think the risk for Environment Canterbury is that you're presenting information to the community that's inaccurate. If we reflect back on our engagement with the Waimakariri community with the express services, what we put on a piece of paper is what the community expects us to do. So we would be very nervous about making guesses on rating impacts.
Was that from modelling then, that one? That risk? It came from modelling.
It came from the assumptions. Yeah. So the option there is for us to guess what the price bands would be and put a big caveat on it that they're indicative. They're indicative. But then you have to ask the question, what's the value of that? Or you could not put rating implications in the engagement and just engage on concepts. You're not then asking the community you're not testing the community's willingness to pay, which is a key question you want to ask.
It is, but maybe it's just rating implications. Like, you know, we can say that's indicative, because couldn't we? But anyway, maybe we just shouldn't pursue this line any further, because there's a couple of other people that, if you don't mind, that was just me trying to help. Craig's next, then Phil. Craig, do you want to?
Yeah, kia ora. So I just want to be real clear on three things. So national ticketing, I think on page 119, is not due till late 2023. Can you confirm that? Or has that changed at all? Well, it says 2023. Late 2022? Yeah. Good, that's good that I've got that right. Cool. And that in the recommendation one, you could do the under 19 changeover in February 2022. Yes, is that correct?
Yes, but as Councillor Southwood pointed out, if we didn't worry about comms, we could do that sooner.
The tertiary concession, not feasible in 2022, it's your advice. You haven't quite told us whether July, you'd support July. You said it's the earliest you could do. Because I think what I'm hearing from our community and from some of the conversations is that we want to support the tertiary, so you want to see that in. So what is that date that you would support, Stuart, for getting that in? Is that July 2022 or is it something else?
Thank you. Look, I think it's important to articulate that public transport team are very interested in supporting almost anything that improves engagement with the service that we deliver. But what we are very focused on is ensuring that any initiatives that we implement are done well. So we are very supportive. If council wants to do a tertiary concession, the evidence suggests it's a good idea. The community's for it. Governors are for it. We want to do it well. And that's why we've said July.
All right. Did we have anybody else there? Phil, yes, Phil. And
Yeah, really short.
So, thank you. My question is actually in relation to engagement processes, and I note that Stuart just seemed to have said, look, what options we go out need to kind of like all, I guess, well, the ducks need to be lined up in terms of the consequences of the implications of the questions. So my question really, Kathleen, is the fair free, which seems to be way out to the right, just coincidentally. Like in terms of a good consultation process, how well could we consult on something, an option which is quite different from the others?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, and Stuart might have something to add here. We're engaging at this first point. I wouldn't be engaging without being able to give the consequences of the options so that people have actually got the information. Now, whether that's indicative or whether that's actual, but giving people some idea. Remember, we're not just engaging with the users, because you'll get a very skewed response. We're engaging with the ratepayers and people who don't use the transport system at the moment, who might as a result of this. So we do want a reasonable period of time, but we also want to make sure people have got all the information. So consulting would be a bit different through the annual plan process. But obviously for councillors to have all the information you need to say what's in or out of that annual plan consultation, if we consult for the annual plan, then you would need the best form of engagement so you've got the best information. Did that answer the question?
Well, it does.
Megan and then Tane. Megan, your turn.
Thanks. Just very quickly, I can't put my fingers on it in here, so I'm not sure whether I've read it in the advice or from elsewhere. Just thinking about the packaging together of all of these things that we're doing. If we were to implement the under 19 concession from February, that would likely capture some of the first year students that for that period between February and July. It wouldn't capture all those tertiary students, but those first year students that have just arrived, got into the halls, they're new to uni, all of that kind of thing, that would cover some of them. Do we have any indication to what numbers that might be at all? Or happy if you just say no, but just trying to get an idea in my head in terms of what impact they might have.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what the demographic split is, but in the tertiary paper, I think we've articulated that. The age ranges in there.
Yes, Stuart, it's 0.58.
0.58.
Oh, Robin,
Yeah.
yes, just say that again.
0.58. We've only got UC's demographic information, but a large proportion of their students do fit in that 18 to 24. We can't isolate just 18 and 19. They gave it as 18 to 24, but 76%. So it's probably a fairly good assumption that there are a lot in that younger category.
A lot in that younger category. Yeah, it's a bit hard to hear you, but thank you for speaking up. That was really helpful. Do you want to speak again, Stuart?
Stuart, Robin pointed us to 0.58 in the paper, I think.
So it's 76% of University of Canterbury students were between 18 and 24. Yeah. I'm not sure about that idea.
Just talking about a potential, another alternative that you have on the table, which is we could delay this engagement and instead through the draft annual plan, we could basically put a placeholder in until we had taken more time to do more modelling, to do a longer engagement period, but that would be that you haven't got the preferred option, I guess, from the community engagement within the draft annual plan. So that is another option if you wish to delay this engagement process.
Tell you what we're going to do in a minute. We're going to have a break for 15 minutes and we can mull all this over. So another good suggestion. And I have to say, you know, this is really good. Tana, you're next.
Cool. It seems if we drop the word tertiary from tertiary students, we'd actually capture the under 19s that we're concerned about anyway. So it seems quite clunky that we're going through 2 bits of policy for that. Is that a fair statement, Stu? Have I missed something? Well, they're still students.
Yeah, look, the under 19 change, as Councillor Hans pointed out, will capture some students. If you didn't do the under 19s and you did a tertiary concession, that would be anomalous because there would be some, it would seem odd that those 18-year-olds weren't included. So I think it's important that they're together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, look, I'm stopping this now. Oh, Peter, sorry, I did have you written on. Oh, it's Tana you were sticking up for. Okay, Tana, you go. One more, since I can't deny you, because look at everyone else. Tana.
Look, when I first got here, I looked into the proprietary system that we have that is our ticketing system. We don't own that. We only own the rights to use it. Is that correct, Stuart? Cool. And that proprietary system isn't anything close to what my awesome phone is. It is a Nokia 3310. If you want to play anything other than Snake on it, you have to send it back to the manufacturer, get a screen put in. It's a basket case. Probably the worst ticketing system in the country by a mile.
I thought you were going to offer up a solution about your phone. I'm most disappointed. Anyway, look, I just want to finish this now and we're going to have a break for at least 15 minutes. I want to thank you so much, Catherine and Stuart and everybody else in your team who's online, and it doesn't matter where they are. Just thank them because you've done a great job. And we know we're all trying to save the planet together, and we know that you want to do that too. It's just that I think we have a cumbersome world we live in, and bureaucracy, it's not easy for us to make this happen. We don't have laws that are any good for climate change. And I'm sorry to rave on, but I just made so many examples of that while you were speaking. It's just a real worry, but it's fantastic work, and thank you for working so hard. And we'll go away and have a cup of tea, and you too, and we'll have a bit of a break, then we'll come back. So we're breaking for 15 minutes, or is that enough for everybody? Right, we're breaking, or we're coming back at 3:20 now, because we're nearly 5 past. Okay, thanks. All right, everybody, we're just waiting on a couple of people. Claire, are you back already from your, where you went? Oh, you had to cancel it. We're just going to prioritise this. Oh, you've prioritised this over it. All right. Everybody's in the room, are they? Yane's just had to leave. He might come back online. He's got to go and pick up his daughter. So that's all right. Right. Meeting reconvenes at 3:20, and we're dealing with 8.1 on the agenda, which is the transport fare review. Is Stuart still, is he online now, is he? All right, well, it'd be good if we still had him in the room. So we're going to take this report as we go through the resolutions. So we've got some resolutions we're going to have up on the screen, I think, have we? So the first, what I'm going to do is do each resolution separately. And when we come up to number 8, we're all going to agree that there's up to 4 options to consider. And then we're going to go to number 9, and 9 will have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, which will be up on the line, and we'll deal with each one of those separately. Right. Okay, so the first resolution on the sheet, number 1, have I got somebody who's prepared to move it as it is? Nicole, moved by Nicole, seconded by Claire, Councillor Claire, Claire Mackay. It's moved and seconded. Councillor Vicky Southworth.
So I'd like to make an amendment, please.
Okay, could you read out your amendment, please, and we'll have it up on the screen.
So, amendment is Environment Canterbury will fully fund through local share due to in-year impacts the extension of the child concession to under 19-year-olds and will be implemented from November 2021 as set out in the Regional Public Transport Plan Policy 3.5. So bringing forward to November.
All right, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor John Sunkel is seconding it. So do you think we could have it up on the screen? So, yeah. Oh, technological issues. We're getting it up on the screen. But it's on the email you circulated, is it, Vicky? The same words. You haven't changed it since then? Okay. Right, we'll get it up on the screen in a minute. Then I think we can start the discussion. Who would like to speak? The mover wants to speak to their amendment, or do you want to reserve your right of reply? Or do you want to speak now? You might as well speak now.
I'll speak now, yeah. So just this proposal, the under 19s, was supported through our long-term plan back in the May deliberations. The purpose is implementing a policy that we've actually had in our regional public transport plan since 2018, and its purpose was and is to mainly prevent 18-year-olds who turn 18 whilst at high school from then having to pay an full adult fare to get to school. So within zone 1, that's an additional $11.50 per week, which for many families that's actually quite a considerable amount. And so it removes the unfairness of being penalised for being born at a particular time of year whilst you're still at high school. We do have the funding for this. We didn't receive Waka Kotahi funding, but we actually have rated sufficiently for it. And so we won't be left with any money coming out of the public transport reserves. We heard in the questioning of public transport lead that it is implementable by November, as long as we don't expect a high level of comms to go with that. My view is that the students who are currently on the bus will be more than happy to receive their discount rather than waiting for comms to tell them that they're going to get a discount. At the end of the year, term 4 is when we have the most number of 18-year-olds at high school, and hence the urgency to get this implemented this side of Christmas. So I would like to support that.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Councillor Peter Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd speak against this, but based on the fact that if it is November, then that's having very little effect on the school year. The staff's advice is February, so it'll make very, very little difference. But the difference it would make if it was February would allow the staff, as per the discussion that we've had this afternoon, regarding the pressure they're under to get this done the way it is and to get the comms sorted out properly. Because I think this, I'm not demanding the work that's already been done by Councillor Southworth. I think it's been fantastic, but you also need some recognition for this, and I think he can need some recognition for this going forward. So that's why I would speak against the amendment.
All right, Councillor Grant Edge.
Yes, I have to speak against the amendment too, given what we've heard today from both the university people and the students, that by having it in February 2022, it is the best time to engage with a large number of students, new students and existing students. At the beginning, the under 19s, it is a time of the year when a lot of things can be happening, and when people are travelling, the under 19s are mostly travelling in that school environment. I just think, and also give staff, as we've heard, time to organise an appropriate system.
Thank you, Grant. Councillor Claire Mackay, and then Councillor Craig Pauling. Well, you are the mover of it. Can you? No, I don't know. You're the seconder of the mover's motion. Can she? No. I don't know if you can. Can she, Catherine? Just look up our rules. Or we've got the very good secretary up here. She'll soon look it up for us.
Should have asked the questions for her.
You just have a conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to speak against the amendment as well. And I speak against this because I was very strong when we did the long-term plan and pushed back strongly on the amount that we had in our comms and engagement program. And I actually feel that if we actually go out without doing this in its completeness, that looks bad on us, bad for our reputation. It doesn't follow through on the strength of the views that fellow councillors around this table supported. The huge investment in comms engagement to our community. So it's basically just on that comms side. And I'm a little bit like Councillor Scott. I'm not sure that it's going to make a significant difference. And there's actually nothing that free about discounted or concessions anyway, because ratepayers will be paying at some stage. But yeah, it's comms really for me.
All right, so that's 3 people against, but I'll let you speak whatever you're going to say, Craig. Councillor.
Kia ora. Yeah, I'd like to support this amendment. I asked the clarification question near the end of the questions about the timeframes that this could be done in, and our staff advised us that this could be done quicker than February if there was no comm. So on that basis, I support this. I think that we've had the discussion, we've done it through our LTP, it's been done in 2018, so I want us to, let's go, people.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Councillor Tane Apanui, you're next. Oh, you're against. Well, it doesn't matter. You can still speak.
Look, I'm just aware of a very stark warning our CEO gave us last week as to the burden of throwing more stuff at our staff, especially in a rush. That is my concern, that we are not paying attention to the staff and the potential burnout that we've got after a very rough year that we've had inside this building. I'm all for going fast, don't get me wrong, and I love the idea of that. If I thought we had a thumbs up from the CEO, potentially, I'd support it.
Great comment, mate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really like to support this, but I'm wondering in terms of actually getting it done, if the mover and seconder of the amendment might consider adding in the words "or as soon as practicable," just to ensure that in fact it is achievable.
In fact, so I'm happy to do that. I'm responding to what Stuart said during the presentation, that November is possible, but absolutely as soon as practicable.
Councillor Sunkel, are you happy with that as soon as practical? Because that, and the staff indicated that would make them feel not, maybe more trusted, maybe more trust in the actual thing, that they can try and get it done, but if they can't, they've got to.
Qualified, yes.
Okay, all right, we'll cut those words in there. Put those words in there. What are they exactly? Or what do you say?
Or as soon as practicable.
As I understand it, from the mover of the motion, the principle of trying to do it now this before the end of the year rather than at the start of next year is so that those school students who are under 19 don't get disadvantaged. But actually starting, we've heard already from Stuart that it's not practical to do it in October. So the mover was proposing that we do it in November after the school year finishes. So, well, no, sixth and seventh formers actually pretty much finish their school year at the beginning of November in practice. In fact, we've got a young fellow who's in the seventh form at Ashburton College who's pretty much finished school already. So I don't understand the logic of rushing it when in fact the advice from staff is let's do it properly and let's implement it in February. So I speak against the amendment.
All right, who else wants to speak? We got any other speakers? All right, Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you. As the seconder, I do speak in favour, and whilst I accept the argument that tertiary secondary students of their senior years will be finished by the beginning effectively of what would be term 4 in the primary sector, I would like to see it articulated, advocated for, and out there showing some goodwill. If we have a question of the comms, there is nothing like the Facebook and the social media of schools in communities to articulate stuff and get it out there. If we said yesterday, most of them would know by tonight. So the idea of us actually needing to use comms to sell an under 19, it will go like wildfire anyway. It's something that we have talked about for a long, long time. I understand that we have the money to do it, and it is practical if we don't do too much comms or work around it. I would just like to see it in place and so show some good faith in the community and get people, gets attuned to it and acclimatised early.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Marshall, would you like to speak?
Kia ora. As a mover of the substantive, I'm speaking against the amendment. NCEA exams start on the 22nd of November. The weeks before that are generally study leave, so there's 1 or 2 weeks maximum that this will be in benefit for the student population. This count from the conversation that I've heard regarding this, there does seem to be support for the substantive motion. So this council is still committing to filling in the to meeting the Regional Public Transport Plan Policy 3.5. From this conversation, there does seem to be support for that, and to me that's the most important thing, that we will be seeing this through finally. I acknowledge what Mike said in his deputation, that this is overdue, but we are meeting that. That's really exciting, that we do it well and we follow staff advice when we know that they're working so hard with a largely new team in the transport space, and they're doing so much more for us than has been done previously, adding extra burden to our staff when there's so much going on in public transport and comms in local government for the benefit of $11 per child for maybe 1 or 2 weeks of the school term. It just doesn't stack up for me, so I'll be voting against the amendment.
Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
I see a bit of an issue with the amendment personally, because it doesn't actually, unlike the original proposed one, which has February 2022, by putting in as soon as practicable, there's sort of no end date on it now. And so in theory, voting for the amendment allows our staff to actually go past the February 2022 date, because it says as soon as practical. Yeah, but I'm just saying that that's not an end date, so I'm a bit worried about that from my perspective. Before, yeah, okay, that might be better.
Yeah, is that what it says, correct?
Not yet, but it could.
Hang on.
Excuse me, John.
Oh, I'm gonna all right. Great. Grant. You already spoken? Yeah. Who else wants to speak? All right. Well, I'm going to put it to the vote. Oh, it's the speaker on. Okay. There's nobody else wanting to speak. I'm going to put it to the vote. So we're voting on the amendment. Vicky, could you please read out what the amendment is? It's up there. I think it's what you can but Well, if you and John agree, yes, go ahead. He agrees, just do it quickly. So put that up there, please. Who's doing the typing? You, do they? Oh, Catherine, if you don't mind, it's you, is it, helping us out? Did you get that? It's there, cool. Thank you, people who are looking for me.
You want me to read it out? So agrees that Environment Canterbury will fully fund through local share due to local share due to in-year impacts the extension of the child concession to under 19-year-olds and will be implemented from February 2021 or as soon as practicable and no later than February 2022 as set out in the Regional Public Transport Plan Policy 3.5.
Just a matter of a point of order. If an amendment has to substantially change the result of the original.
I just said that to Catherine. Yeah, thank you. It's not. That's the trouble with it. Catherine, we need your advice. It's not, so it's more or less the same as the first one he's saying. The one that's on the paper, because of the date change we've got on it now. Okay, we're ruling it's not. It is enough difference to be an amendment. Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those people in favour, please say aye. Okay, all those against, please say against. Right, we better count them. Okay, put your hands up. All those people are for. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. All those against, please put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, that's what happens when I vote. Well, I'm not going to vote because that's what I got elected on and I'm not voting. So I'm sorry, it has to lose. Because I don't have a casting vote and I don't believe I should have one because that's what I said when I first got elected. So I'm not voting. So it's defeated 7-6. Yes, you can have one. Put your button on, Pete.
Just not questioning on that because the substantive motion would have been the council's position, and the amendment was against the council's position. So I would have thought that you could, in every right, vote against this.
Yes, I'm calling you right. Let's move on. We're not spending any time on this. Let's keep going. So we're back to the substantive motion, and who would like the substantive motion? Is back to the one that's on the paper. Yes, moved by Nicole and seconded by Claire. Who would like to speak? Anybody? Or are we all fine? We just vote on it. Nicole, you can speak if you want to as the mover. No. All right, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say no. Nobody's against. It's carried. Yay. All right, very good, everybody. Thank you for helping. Right, we're up to number 2 on the page 49. And I guess it's up there. Is number 2 up there? Yes, okay. Receives the staff report on the review of the fare policy, which includes, etc. Who would like to move that? Moved by Councillor John Sunkel, seconded by Councillor Nicole Marshall. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? There being no one against, that's carried. Thank you. We're up to number 3. So number 3, I think we've decided we need to vote on number 3 anyway, because in the middle of number 3, we are acknowledging that the staff want us to note that it's technically not feasible given the current financial and resourcing constraints. And then we have a 3A. So I'm going to move that number 3 from the chair. Who would like to second it? Seconded by Councillor Peter Scott. Does anybody want to discuss it, or is it all clear enough to everybody why we're doing this? All right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There's not anybody against, so that's carried. We're up to 3A now, which is we're going to need some sort of resolution to get 3A on the paper, Catherine. So there's an amendment to the whole of the recommendations. I'm going to move a resolution that we amend the whole of the recommendations to add a 3A, the content of which is that's up there, 3A, and who would like to second it? Seconded by Councillor Phil Clearwater. This is to get it on the agenda paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Everyone, it's on there now. So we're going to this is moved by Councillor Vicky Southworth and seconded by Councillor Lan Farn. You could start the debate, Vicky, if you want to.
Okay, so I'll speak to this. So I'd just like to say again, listening to staff, I understand that it's not straightforward to bring this forward to January, February, but it's feasible. We heard that it was feasible, that we can get these can-do type cars in within around 3 months. We could set this up. We've heard from Robin Nuttall this morning that the criticality of actually starting in February at the start of the student term. And so for me, this is a situation where perfection could be the enemy of the good. That if we want to do this perfect rollout and hit it in July, we miss the opportunity of the perfect time, which is February. We have heard that we will have support from our institutions to actually roll this out, that they will really engage, support on the comm side of things and so on. So I think that's a huge advantage for them if they can roll that into their in introducing their students at the start of the year as part of that induction process that universities go through. That will be helpful for the for the university institutions. Talking to it from a personal point of view, at the moment, there really isn't a day that passes without an article on climate change, and which is highlighting our need to reduce fossil fuel use. And our statistics in terms of our reductions in fossil fuel use and carbon, greenhouse gases and carbon are pitiful. When I introduce myself, I say I'm the co-chair of the Climate Change Action Committee, and I actually slightly cringe inside when I say that, because I'm waiting for somebody to call me out and ask me, what are you doing? What action are you taking? And I cannot put my hand on my heart and say that I feel that we are doing everything that we can. I actually slightly cringe. I hear that we do have the fantastic It's Time Canterbury. I think we are doing a fantastic leadership thing with that. That's all about beginning a conversation on climate change. It's about engendering people to do something different to reduce their footprint. But in order for this particular group of people who desperately want to help their future, they need to be able to afford the alternative option. For the time being, the car is more expensive, or is cheaper, more cost effective for them than using our bus. That is a problem. We have signed up in our strategic direction to a transformational opportunity of championing safe multimodal transport choices. At the moment, we haven't really done very much towards that, and I would like to achieve something in the term in which I'm councillor. I appreciate that we've got a consultation process. We're going to go out and review fares and so on and so forth, but I can't see those being implemented before I finish this term. And so I would really love to be able to go into another round of elections if I choose to stand at that point in time and say, actually, we have achieved something. We've managed to increase potentially our passenger numbers by over 1%. That's what's on the table here. By enabling these students to access our buses for the discount, we could actually see a more than a 1% increase in our total passenger numbers, which is more than we've achieved as an organisation since 2013. In the last 7 years, so accepting the last year or two, we've had COVID impacts, it's reasonable to understand we lose our passenger numbers. But if you look at the data for the last 7 years, so that's this chart here, the little blue bars and the green spikes, we haven't had more than 1% of passenger number percentage increase since 2013. And we can do this with this one simple change of enabling our students to access a discount. We can afford it. We've got the money already here. We have Waka Kotahi funding for a trial, and we have been taking rates as well to run the trial. I think it sounds like I think we could actually apply for ongoing funding in its own right and not as a trial
imminently, because we have heard so many good reasons. We've had so much evidence and data already to say that this is a good option. We received a paper in-house about a year ago that recommended that we could run a trial whilst we were consulting on fare options, and that there was an advantage to running a trial during this time of COVID because we need to uplift our passenger numbers. Being British, I've been following the UK situation quite closely, and I can tell you that it's the young people that are extremely resilient when COVID is in the community. They are you know, our gold card holders are much more likely down the line as we start to figure out what we're doing next with COVID. They are much more likely to get anxious about using the bus in the future than our students will be. I think that the key part here as well is we've been talking about a 1% rise, looking at a 1 year. This is part of the longer term transition where we enable our students to access the bus now. They are price sensitive. We've had good data to say that they will change their behaviour and shift to buses with the right pricing. In a couple of years' time, 2-3 years' time, they then become our adult fare payers. They will be using the buses as adults, paying full fare, potentially as a part of their lifetime travel choices, and that is actually a really, really important thing. And we heard that from Simon Kingham this morning, who's an expert in this type of work. So really just to say that we need maximum success. That means starting at the beginning of semester 1. So hence I'm putting forward that we start this in February, at the start of February 2022. So that's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Nicole.
I just have a question of process. This edition would presume that the tertiary discount is being approved under recommendation 9. So would it not make sense to do recommendation 9 and then consult this recommendation? Because if we endorse this and then a tertiary discount isn't what we consult on as part of our package, then we're doing a 6-month trial that goes nowhere.
Well, I think the answer to that is a very good point, and thank you for looking at the process and making me get it right. But when the staff put this recommendation group together, they assumed that we were going to support recommendation 3. So that's why they did those options like that. So you're totally right. And when we get there to those options, we'll have to consider that, because it would be stupid to vote for this and then not go out to consult on it. So very good point, but I'm not changing how we do it. It's actually good because now you've made everybody consider that. So that's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Farm.
Thank you.
It won't work. Oh, well, yes, it will. We will finish the transport and we will go on to the building next door and do that one, because it's time bound. We need to do it today. And seeing our harbour master has come in person, we can do that one as well, because I thought you were going to be online. So we'll just do those and we'll hold the rest over until the next meeting. So you've got it fixed again. Oh, you're fantastic. You're a real star. And you're so intent on, making it go right. So thank you for that. It's fantastic. Now we have to remember where we're up to. Craig, you just finished and start talking about that. So that's right. So who else wants to speak? John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm well remembering the old Jesuit adage of "I've given you the child to the age of 7 and I give you the man," and so I absolutely understand why we would want to begin as soon as we could with this trial and give the opportunity for students to become acclimatized and into the beginning of the new year. And as was pointed out by speakers this morning, the sooner we can get people up and running and using, it becomes a lifetime opportunity and that they utilise it. So well aware of that. And I've supported this, I guess, conversation all the way through to the point where we are today. And I have a real frustration that we're tinkering around the edges, I guess, of public transport. Hence the fare-free trial that I brought up in other bits and pieces of really trying to get genuine mode shift, genuine uplift in patronage into public transport for all the reasons that have been articulated along the way. We have the money to do it. We're not seeing any shift and uplift. I accept that we have COVID, which is really challenging us in putting bums on seats in some way. We need real change. But I have a real challenge in that our staff are saying that they cannot put it on the table until July. And so in my best David Cagle, the word but comes at the end, in that I will not support the motion as it sits today, given the conversation that we have had with staff. But I absolutely want to see it put forward for the 2 years starting in July. I believe we need to do it and we need to be innovative. I don't think as a council we are as innovative as we could be and should be, but we all know the challenges of funding and the like. So I will speak against with a heavy heart, because I have supported this all the way through.
Thank you, John. Grant, you next.
I'm in support of the motion. We have heard from deputations this morning from the university and from students indicating that putting this facility in place at the beginning of the student year in February is a really good idea to capture people early on and get those people on buses as fast as possible. I'm not convinced that the staff could not come up with some creative solutions to deliver this in the next 4 months. We're talking about just some modification to a ticketing system or something else that could be used as proof of this tertiary status. So look, I'm really supportive. We have an obligation to get on with decarbonising our environment and encouraging people to use different modes of transport, and having this mode shift and also encouraging people to use their cars less is really, really important. And I think it's a trial. Let's get on with it. Yeah, that's my support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Craig Pauling.
Kia ora koutou. Look, simply, I support this. I agree with Councillor Farm, Councillor Southworth, that this is something that we just need to do. I concur with what Councillor Sunkel has said too about the need to be more innovative and creative and move on. So basically, let's go, people, again. Kia ora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we spent 90 minutes listening to our PD transport specialist in here, who've made pleased with us in terms of the amount of work that they have available to us, to them in terms of what they have to do. And recommendation 3 supports that. And I think that what we're trying to do is wish this forward. You know, that's what we're trying to do. All the logic that's been put in place around this makes sense to me, but it goes against staff advice. It seems to me like this might be a wee bit of sticking plaster rather than doing it properly. And so therefore, I just think that we need to be a bit more professional in our view on this. This is a councillor initiated initiative to try and bring this forward. And I will commend the work that Councillor Southworth has done on this. She's done a tremendous amount of work and she's found out a whole lot of stuff. And I'm not speaking against her personally, but I just think as a council, we need to be a wee bit more professional in how we go about things.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to acknowledge the work that's been done on this as well. And I know Ricky brought the motion and to council and it was supported, so here we are. I have listened to the advice that's been given to us. I've read these documents I don't know how many times now. I feel it's too soon. There's certainly added pressure on staff, and I want to see a fit for purpose system go out at the right time in the right frame, because that does, as Councillor Scott says, it does reflect on us as an organisation and our professionalism. I accept the argument around gathering data for a business case in the future, because I definitely would like to see Waka Kotahi come along and fund these sorts of concessions. I share concerns that Councillor Marshall has raised about decision making here and further decisions in the paper. And I just feel that if we make a decision now, started before the annual plan decisions have actually been made, which also cuts out the tertiary support option or the option of funding from tertiary institutes. So I think that we mustn't do that. And I hear that Councillor Farm talking about it being an interim recommendation. Well, I think if it's interim for 6 months, then I think, sorry, from February, so that's 4 months really, or 5 months. I'm wondering whether that is actually of too much value or that. I wonder around the value around that. I guess for me, I'm concerned by putting this concession in here without going out into the wider consultation, is that we actually then finish up with another group in the community, particularly low income or community card users, who are actually then left out. And I would actually like to see them included in something like this. So I support it coming forward for a decision or a implementation in mid-year. In all its glory, and with a perfect rolled out system, or a system that we can get as good as we can get. But I can't support it being rushed to be rolled out in February 22.
Councillor Mackay, Councillor Megan Hands.
Thanks very much. And I just want to again congratulate Vicky for putting this forward and to Lan as well. I've sat and listened to Stuart's information he's provided us today and read the reports, and it's been quite painstaking to go through this process, in the sense that absolutely support the initiative in terms of having tertiary students on board, but also hear the concerns from our staff and the constraints that they have. I disagree with Peter Scott when he says that we need to be a bit more professional here. Ultimately, we do make political decisions at this table, and sometimes it's difficult to weigh the staff advice versus the political incentive as well. We've heard from the community today a lot about, through the deputations, in terms of the value of this. And as a former student unionist, I also commend Gregory and Kim for coming in and speaking to us again. The difference that this makes, if you look at the fares, you look at a student that currently crosses 2 zones, they currently pay about 15% of their weekly living costs on the bus if they take the bus. What this does is cut that in half. If we could go further, when we look at our fare options moving forward, that would be an option that we could take through that engagement. So like Lan, I see this as an interim solution. I see this as an important thing, and I understand the time criticality in terms of the February date, while acknowledging the staff difficulties there as well. I'd like to see us progress this in February, but with a view that we then go through and do the engagement for the other options around flat fares, because to me, my preference is that we go to a universal flat fare across zones, because it makes sense to me that actually all members of our community, whether they're a tertiary student, whether they work at a distribution centre in Hornby, or they work in Pack and Save, they should all pay a lesser fare. That achieves our climate goals, that sends a message to government, that sends and shows leadership within this space. And so I will be supporting this today, and once again thank Vicky and
Thank you, Chair. And again, huge thanks to staff for huge work on this very important area, including the tertiary student concession. I have shared a lot of the concerns that John Sunkel expressed. However, I am going to support this on the basis that, for me, this is actually a priority. It's several years ago now that this council and other councils signed off the climate change emergency. It's time we made this a priority in terms of actually reducing those emissions that Simon Kingham clearly reminded us about today. And in fact, on his data, we can reduce 39% of those emissions by bringing in this behaviour change to get have so that people are on buses instead of cars. And around the whole university itself is classic. We are bravely, City Council are taking out the car parks to put in a cycleway. And to be fair to the City Council, they're doing their bit. And today I challenge us as a council too, to make sure that we do our bit. And that is, yep, if this has to become a higher priority, so be it. But you see, the whole thing is that it's just essential that this be seen as a step. And Simon King has also pointed out how, in fact, in the Netherlands, for example, they have a scheme where students get 5 years of free public transport. So, councillors, yep, there's always a risk. And as I said, I share John Sunkel's concerns, but I'm actually strongly want to support the amendments today.
Thank you, Councillor Clearwater. The next person is Yayan. You would like to make a comment, Yayan?
Kia ora tātou. O nei te mihi atu kia koutou, kia kōrua, Wiki Rawa ko Lan, tēnā kōrua. Yeah, just speaking in, I can't vote, but I'm speaking in support of the amendment to the motion there. We heard from the universities today and from the student leaders that they really want this to happen. And just kind of listening to Stuart this morning, this afternoon, telling us to be bold, and also Councillor Sunknell there just saying about innovation and really kind of taking that step forward. I really think this motion does that, and I really support it. So as a Tumu Taiao, I back this motion. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Yayan. The next person who is speaking is Councillor Nicole Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. And like previous speakers, I really want to acknowledge the legwork that Vicky has put in around reduced fares, student fares, and again, acknowledge the huge work that staff have done. You know, everyone wants to see greater use of public transport. Everyone wants to see public transport more accessible. And that is what is underlying this paper in its entirety today. It's about making public transport more accessible and more attractive to more people. Where I must agree with John is that our staff have told us they just can't do this. They don't have the resources, they don't have the time, and they do not need the extra stress from trying to roll this out. On Tuesday, we announced that we are now doing free fares for people going to their COVID appointments. That was something sprung on us and we had to respond to within a couple of weeks, and that was done by our transport team. We've also heard that they've been approached by the DHB to have our own mobile bus. That's something else that's been sprung on our transport team. And it's more work that's taking them away from things that they have in train that they have to do, like the new route review, like the RTI. The amount of stress on our staff, it's not this much. They are at breaking point as far from where I sit. And to add this onto their plate at this time, at the end of the year, when we've had such a year, to me, it's not conscionable. I can't pronounce that word. And I totally understand the importance of the February date. But the tertiary fare within recommendation 9, there will be 2 Februaries within that. It just won't be this February. So there's 2 opportunities still to make that big leverage, to leverage that opportunity rather. I just do not think it is fair to our organisation if we want to continue having the strong staff and a good team and strong support to this council. We cannot expect this of our staff.
Thank you. I don't know that I've got anybody else indicating they want to speak, but I just have to speak to the mover of the motion about the logical point that Councillor Mackenzie so beautifully made. I wonder if you really should implement a fit for purpose, taking the words out of there in your resolution. Add the words back in.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And I'm yeah, would you? Yeah, because just yeah.
Okay. Have I not got it right?
Well, sorry, I think that makes it worse because our clear advice to our staff is we can't feasibly put a fit for.
All right, well, I'm overruling that now. We're keeping going. Councillor Tane Apanui, the chair can do that actually. Tane Apanui.
Look, I was initially fairly keen to build the aircraft as we flew it. Not that I'd ever do that as a pilot. Exactly. Look, it's up there. We can have it implemented next year. I think the timing of it, well, there's a perfect time. I think middle of the year is probably good enough. Look, I don't want to see any more resignations or people lost from the building because we're pushing them too hard. So I would agree with Councillor Marshall on this one. I did like Councillor Clearwater's amendment to the last one, which said as soon as practicable. But I don't think February, because, hey, Stuart, no Christmas for you guys if we want to get it done by February. I just think that's very unfair on our staff to push them to those sort of limits. I
would just, yeah, if you.
I would probably abstain from this.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a wee minute while I consult the CEO, and we're just about out of time for the 6 hours. So we need a resolution up on the screen in a minute to continue, and then I have to talk to the CEO. Okay, everybody, a 5-minute adjournment finished. I've just talked to the CEO, and I'm going to ask the CEO to say something now about the staff workload, because I think that's a good thing to do. Then I'm going to move a resolution to continue the meeting, and we'll go till 6 o'clock if that's all right with everybody, or for however long it takes to do the buildings next door, Laurie Wilson building, and Mr. Dilly's report about the shared services. The rest we're going to resume next Tuesday. We'll have to find more Wednesday. We'll have to find more than an hour there, and we'll have a couple of hours meeting then. So we're doing this now. We're keeping going, finishing this until however long it takes to do those 2 other reports, because they're time urgent. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll finish this bit. We'll hear from the CE. We'll finish this bit. We'll quickly pass the resolution as long as it's before 4:30, and then we'll keep going. Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Councillors, I must make a statement with regard to me supporting the staff of Environment Canterbury and what they have put before you today. What they have said is that it is feasible to do this in July of 2022. They have given you advice as to why not. Can I be very clear that if you were to go ahead and support the February 2022 delivery, that means staff do not get a holiday. In a year where they have delivered above and beyond, in the week that is Mental Health Awareness Week, at a time when we are seriously concerned about retaining our labour. As your chief executive, I do not advise it. Indeed, we are also talking about the fact that staff have advised you that they are already implementing multiple things, including the RTI system in October, and they have further work to do in November, all of which you approved, all of which you said was urgent. Can I also indicate that this is not a process that is solely dependent upon ECAN and ECAN staff, that there are implications for the institutes that you are acknowledging here would be in partnership with us and the conversations you wish to have? And can I remind you that January and much of February at universities is a holiday time, which would mean that we compress the conversations even earlier. And indeed, our suppliers and others also take holidays. I am backing my staff with regard to the statements they've made in the report today. Through you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so did anybody else, everybody else has spoken. I think we're just going to put it to the vote. We'll put it to the vote. It's the amendment up there. Do you want those words in there, fit for purpose, Vicky, that I made you put in there? Just have a look. It's obvious it's fit for purpose.
Just take it off,
Yeah,
please. Thank you.
We're doing it as the words were before that. Oh, thank you. It's as it is written on the board now. shall we read it on to, Vicky, would you like to read it onto the system, please?
Am I being asked to read?
I'll read it. I can read it. Thank you. Implements a discount for all tertiary students and can-do card holders to access the public bus network for a child fare when using a registered Metro card to begin no later than 8th of February 2022, ahead of the start of semester 1. And then the notes, do I need to read those out too?
Yeah, be good to read them.
Notes that full funding to July 2022 will make use of Waka Kotahi funding and rates collected for a fair trial in year 1 of the long-term plan, and B, additional funding can be developed through the annual plan process to complete a fair trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farn, and I forgot to say thank you to the CEO for her statement, but thank her. Now we're going to put that to the vote. All those people in favour of 3A as just read out by Councillor Farn, please put your hand up.
Please call for a division on that so votes are recorded. Thank you.
One person has abstained and it's a 6 all. In that case, what happens? I haven't got a casting vote. I think you chuck a coin. No, I don't vote. I don't vote. There's no casting vote. It means it fails. That's what it actually.
Madam Chair, can I just make a point of order? You have a vote, not a cast. This isn't. You haven't voted in the normal process. It's not a casting vote.
I'm not voting because otherwise it's time. That's what I was advised by the CEO when I first took on, and that's what I told people was going to happen.
Can I just clarify this? And I'm not trying to put you under pressure at all, Madam Chair. But if you had voted in the normal process and it was tied, then you get a casting vote. But you did vote in the normal process, so there's no need for a casting vote.
I'm advised not to vote. It's a better way to do it. That's what I was advised by the CEO at the time, and that's what I've been doing. And what happened before when I voted, it was 7 all. Councillor Phil Clearwater.
She just, in terms of my understanding of the standing orders that we have today, is that since the division has been called, in fact, our name should be called. So in fact, the way we voted is recorded. So we need to do that.
I'll just get some advice from my trusted legal advisor here, just quietly. Yes, we'll adjourn for a minute. Oh, we've got to get that. Shall we pass the rest? Yeah, no, we'll do that when we come back. Okay, it's going to fail because I'm abstaining from voting. That's because every time I'm going to vote with 14, it's going to be often come out as equal number. And no, I'm not having anybody else giving me an opinion. We're having a division now. So all those people who voted for it, please put your hand up. Call out the names. Yes, she'll call out your name.
Okay, okay.
You've got to say yes or no.
Against. Elizabeth McKenzie. Total.
Against.
Ian McKenzie. Jeffrey. Marshall. Scott. Edge. Hen. Huey.
Abstain.
Clearwater. Pauling. Louis.
We have 7 for, 5 against, and 2 have abstained.
Right, it fails. Now I just would like
7 for, 5 against.
what are they saying? It's failed.
Um,
Oh, 7-4.
7.
Oh, I'm reading it wrong. Sorry, 7-4. It's passed. No, wait a minute. What are you telling me? You say it, will you? I'm getting too tired.
Okay.
Read it out.
7 people have voted for. Right.
Vicky South.
4 is Southwood, Scott, Edge.
Oh, Scott's against. Scott's against.
Oh,
Scott's
against. Oh, so we're even.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. See, it's even again.
It's
Failed. It's failed, and that's what I said at the start. Now, I'm going to make a statement here so that you all understand where I'm coming from. Because I was advised that at the start, I'm sticking to what I was advised and what I told you all at the start, because it's not possible to change mid-term. Secondly, the most important thing of the role of the chair is to support the CEO. If the chair doesn't work with the CEO and support what the staff want, it's not going to be feasible for much longer. And you have to work with the chair. The chair and the CEO have to work together. And that's paramount for me in being in this position. So I just want you to know that, and I don't see that as the chair I can really vote for something that's against what the chair's advised me, what the CE's advised me. So that just makes it really clear. So now we're going to move a resolution. Where is the resolution? Oh, phew. Have we got it? Can you read it out?
That the council resolves that the meeting may continue for more than 6 hours to allow items on the agenda to be dealt with the intention that A, the meeting will conclude prior to 6 p.m, and B, with the remainder of the agenda to be adjourned until a proposed extraordinary meeting on Wednesday, the 6th of October 2021.
I'm moving that. Who would like to second that? Seconded by Councillor Peter Scott. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There's nobody opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. We're continuing on now, and we're going to move down through these. Councillor Craig, I can see your hand out of the corner of my eye.
Can I propose an amendment? Or, oh, true. Let me explain what I'd like to say. What I'm not happy about is that 3, as we noted, doesn't give an affirmative statement that we want to see this happen, and it doesn't also guarantee any time frame by which it could happen. So I don't know if I can, but I'd like to propose maybe a new motion, 3B or 3A. I don't know. Maybe I can't, and you can tell me if I can't. But whatever. I just want to say what I want to say, because I want to see this happen by at least July 2022, which Stuart said is possible. So that's what I would like to see in the affirmative, so that we can go out and tell the people that came and gave a deputation to us this morning that we do support it and we're going to do it. It's just going to be a bit later than maybe people hoped. That's what I'd like to do. Because
Well, just a minute. We're getting. I know how to do it, but we're just getting advice from our legal friend over there. Is it in 9? Is it in 9? 9A?
Well, if it is,
I don't know that it is. I don't think it is in 9A.
in terms of 9A, I feel that we don't need to consult on this because we've already consulted in 2018 and okay.
No, Craig, you're right. It's part of that. It's absolutely viable within our public transport policy. We have a regional public transport policy that supports concessions and identifies specifically tertiary students as a key group that was supported through consultation back in 2018, and hence the policy. And market research more recently supports that the public still support that. That's still a view. So maybe we have to bring it to the next council meeting, but it's absolutely valid. Yeah.
Yeah, and sorry, Jenny, to throw a spanner in the works. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is I have agreed that we will get a 3B on there the same way I got the 3A on there. And our trusted legal advisor is just going to put up the new words, and it's going to be a resolution moved by Councillor Pauling and seconded by Councillor Vicky Clearwater, Vicky Southworth. It's a new person, Vicky Southworth. We just to hang on a minute, we'll just have to be, just wait a minute, slow down a bit while we get this up on the screen.
Yes, we could. Yes, we could, Councillor Mackenzie. I'm happy to put fit for purpose in there. Yeah.
While you're crafting that, I just wonder, because the information that Stuart gave us was that he would introduce, his preferred approach is to introduce the discount for tertiary on the can-do card rather than the Metro card. Now, I don't know whether they're not the same thing. And so I wonder whether, in fact, the motion should reflect Stuart's advice he gave us earlier in the meeting.
Thank you. So this proposed amendment is, as I see it, is now confusing and overlaps and confuses our fee review. So now that that's gone, to say that we will do that in July 2022 confuses our options for consultation, which we're now going on to. So let's just, like, if this has died, let's let it die and let's move on to our engagement option and do that properly. That's my proposal. Well, just a minute, I'm in the middle of this. Sorry.
No, it's just that the intention that I heard from Councillor Pauling was that we actually be clear about implementing it.
And we're going to do this, and then we'll deal with the conundrum we've got over here in a minute.
Consult on the matter or not. You may not need to. It's only a trial, for goodness sake.
I'd like the mover to read out the resolution as on the screen, please, Councillor.
Yep, kia ora, everybody. So 3B, that council agrees that council will implement a discount for all tertiary students and can-do card holders to access the public bus network for a child fare when using a registered Metro card to begin no later than July 2022, subject to financial and resourcing constraints and subject to resource allocation through the annual plan process.
Are there any problems with that? Catherine agrees, all right? Yeah. All right. So, you're
Does endorsing this recommendation not negate the need to consult at all? Because then the money that would be used for the fair trial has been used. And
just a minute, we're going to deal with that in a minute. So we're just going to get it on the book.
You can vote against it.
No, I'm seeking to clarify, is this the same pool of money? Yes. So if we endorse this, it would negate the need to go through option 9 and for us to go to consult in 2 weeks' time.
Can I say it's no different to when you first came in the room and you looked at this page and the staff recommendations, and we were still if we'd passed that, we were still going to probably do it by the middle of next year anyway, and we were still going to have to decide what we're going to go out to publicly consult on. So it is actually no different to that, because that's what we were expecting staff to do. All it is that Craig has put a motion in confirming that if it's going to be more directive that staff do it by then. So I'm going to have a vote on it now, because we'll never get anywhere. It's not easy when you try to do this. You just all have to persevere with it.
Contradictory advice. Can you just take a break for a minute, because there is suggestion.
Who's giving you advice?
Suggests that we actually do need to go. We haven't actually.
Well, we can do that in a minute. There is possible. We'll do that in a minute. So we're going to vote on this. All those in favour, please say aye. All those in favour, please put their hand up. That's 7-4. All those against? 4 against. Please put your hand up if you're against it. Oh, you want to speak? Oh, look, you're out of order. So we're not going to vote. We're not going to speak on this. You have to. We haven't got time. All right, we'll go back. We'll have one. We'll go back a minute. Second, who's the seconder? Vicky, you can speak.
I can speak to this. So I'm the bit that I'm not sure about on here is whether it needs to go through the annual plan process, because we were expecting to be able to implement in February, but it's not. It's the staff resource that was.
We're going to take advice on that in a minute.
But we have got support through our regional public transport policy, which was consulted on with the public broadly, had about 700 submissions. Tertiary student discounts were supported through that consultation process. There's been more recent market research that shows that the public still support tertiary students to get a discount. So some form of discount for tertiary students is supported. There's data and evidence for that. And this is just making sure we do this. And then presumably we would then roll something new in if through other processes we arrive at a point we want something new for the
Megan hands.
Seems a little, backward for me to not support this. But the reason for that is, as Lan said earlier, I think if we're not going to implement it in February, we're best to let the engagement process proceed, to keep the $1 million that we've got there to allocate to any of the options that are available to us in the engagement, and let the community decide. We haven't been able to make a decision to support tertiary fares from February as a council today. Therefore, we should turn it over to the community to inform us as to which option, whether that's flat fare, whether that's tertiary fare, whatever it is, that we can then implement.
Right, thank you.
This confuses it, and so that's my reasoning. It's not that I'm not supportive of tertiary fare, it's that I think we need to have a complete and wholesome process rather than.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Mackay, and then.
Well, I think my views have actually been articulated by Councillor Hands, but I do think it's a straight. What it says in there is what it actually says in 9A.
Yeah, thanks.
So, Councillor Clearwater.
It seems to me that the main issue around the earlier amendment was the date and the time. Yep. And whereas this allows several more months, fact is, as I'm sure John Sunkel noted, the funding is already there in our long-term plan. So why don't we undertake at least the beginning of the trial? And if we need more money from the annual plan, so be it, to complete it. So,
all right. I'm going, yeah, okay. So we're just going to have, do you want to write a reply or anything, or have you already spoken? All right. Is everybody happy if we just put it to the vote now? I am getting a bit tired, so that's why I didn't let you speak before. So apologies for that. I did that wrong. But you might feel like that if you sat up here doing this too by now. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please put your hand up. There's 8. Are there? Those against, please put your hand up. Claire, Megan. Some people. All right, abstaining is Councillor Marshall, and anybody else abstaining? Oh, Councillor Mackenzie. All right, it's carried. Right, we're moving on now with that on the books. We did get the resolution to continue, didn't we? Number 4, notes that due to the cost of a fare-free concession and stakeholder support for and stakeholder support for instead focusing on uplifting service improvements, staff do not recommending developing this option further. So that is difficult as well, because if we're thinking of putting that in what we go out in the engagement, is that an issue, Catherine, or can we just vote this one against it? Just for note. All right, we're just noting. I'll put this, I'm moving it. Who would like to second it? Seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. And do you think anybody needs to speak to it? No, because we're just noting it. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There not being anybody against, that's carried. Number 5, 6 and 7, has anybody identified any issues with these 3? All right, well, I'm going to move all those in a tranche. Recommendation 5, recommendation 6 and recommendation 7. I'll move it, and seconded by Councillor Phil Clearwater. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There being nobody against, that's carried. Now we're down to the fare review engagement. Now on this, what we've got up here is, we've got to do 8 first. Who would like to move that we go out on 4, up to 4? Councillor Nicole Marshall will move that we agree to undertake public engagement on up to 4 options for consideration as part. And actually, would we like to just say 4 options? Because otherwise we're going to have another debate here about whether we do 4 options or not. So can we say 4 on 4? Is that all right with you, Nicole? On 4 fare options? That's moved by Councillor Mackay, seconded, Marshall, seconded by you, seconding it, Claire.
I'm happy to second it if there's clarity that includes the status quo. Or we need to be clear about, is it 4 plus the status quo or 4 including?
No, it's not about status quo.
And
Councillor,
in consultation, the status quo is there. It's not, but it's not. I mean, it could be an option, and if so, you could add it to the list.
Yeah, 5,
but it doesn't need to be
4 plus the status quo.
Thank you.
So that's good point. Thank you. Okay, please, engagement on up to 4 options. As well as the status quo, or in addition to the status quo. Have we got those words? In addition to the status quo. You got that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, cool.
Then full consideration is cut off.
You're fantastic. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There not being anybody against, we've got that sorted. If we didn't do that, we couldn't do the rest. Now, I'm just going to take some advice here on these options. Catherine, through you, CEO, I believe Catherine Harborough, you had some advice around this. Will we just consider that for a minute? What were you going to say? What did you say just previously?
It was about just the engagement piece, which went back to 3B. I think by virtue of what 3B has been, we have to engage. And I think we just go through these.
That's your advice, is it?
Yeah, sorry, just catching up. So in the regional policy, it does talk about concessions, but doesn't specifically mention tertiary concessions. The tertiary concession comments came through submissions rather than actually being embedded in the policy and therefore previously being engaged or being consulted on. So that's why we're recommending that we do a tertiary as part of this 9A.
Okay, does that affect the 4 additional ones you've put up, Lan?
I've got an amendment.
Okay, well, I've just thought of something, Catherine. We can't get A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H on there without them putting that up anyway. So I move Councillor Lan Found's moving an amendment to number 9 that we add D, D, G, F, G, and H.
Yeah, so I've just sent round a while ago another amendment because the tertiary one failed. So what's changed is for the free fares limited option.
You need to tell Vivo.
Yeah, sorry, I sent it to Vivo as well.
All right, we're just adjourning for 1 minute while we get this resolution talked about and fixed up. So Lan, you fixed up the one. Everybody, back to work. Thank you. We've got some words up here, have we? All right. Lan, we're working on an amendment to 9, including A, E, F, and G, and H, was it? That you have now moved. Who was seconding your amendment? Somebody seconding that? Councillor, Megan, you were. Councillor Megan Hands is seconding it. So what it's done is give us another 4 options besides the 4 options given to us by staff to consider for consultation. So what I think you need to do is, and so we'll just pass this and then we'll carefully read, you need to carefully read what we've got up there so you know what you're doing. So do you want to speak? Do you want to speak? Okay, you can speak to your resolution.
Yes, so yeah.
No. You replace
one by one. My initial one was to replace.
Okay, nice one.
So you just say why we
Thank you. Thank you. Personally, I don't believe we need 4 more. I wanted to replace them, but just the process wise, I was told to add them. And
good answer. Thank you very much, Lan. And I'm telling you to do that because I've been advised by a astute legal person that this is the best way to handle it. So that you don't need to speak to it. They're up there, seconded by Councillor Megan Hands. All those in favour, please say aye. All you're doing is adding them up there so we can consider them clear. It's a process to try and make this less muddled. So that's all we're doing. All those who are in favour, please say yes. Yeah. Anybody against doing it? Oh, Claire's against doing it, all right. But we're going to do it now. It's carried. Thank you. So what you need to do is make sure you know what is up there, okay? So that you're not confused. So what you have to do now is choose 4 of these to go out and consult on. That's the whole point of this. And we're going to do each one by itself. You can ask a question of clarification. Go ahead.
Cool, thank you. So I'm just seeking to clarify how 3B now fits into the consultation. So we've indicated, to my understanding, we've indicated in 3B that start of next financial year, we will be doing tertiary fares. But 9A would be to consult on tertiary fares as well as then implement absolutely tertiary fares come July. So would we be implementing tertiary fares plus something that is indicated through the consultation? Or so is it, my question, is the tertiary fares now 100% locked in and then we're plus something, which will have to be rated for additionally? Or are we saying we're doing tertiary fares, we're going to consult, but we're doing tertiary fares?
Well, we can, as far as I can see, it depends which of these four we actually go out to consult on. If we pass 3 at the moment, that means staff are going to implement it then. But it is possible that in the annual plan we could go out to consult, and if nobody wanted tertiary fares, well, it is a bit of a problem. Let's go through the 4 options and see what we get. Unless Catherine Harbrow's advice is we have to consult on this, do we? Is that what you said before? Yeah. Okay. So tertiary has to be consulted on, despite the fact that we've got 3 B actually in there. Yes. Well, we go through each of them and see. All right. So we'll start out with A. So where I can't see the other 4 now. Have we got a copy of that? Has somebody got a hard copy for me of what's on the screen? Could somebody get that? So some staff member get that? A hard copy of what's on the screen for me. Yes, I know, but the one she's just answered, I know. I want them. Lance changed the words. Haven't you? You haven't got the same words. Yes, but I can't see it. I'm saying I want a hard copy of what's on your screen. Yes, they are. I just know that. To be printed out. Okay. Because so we'll start out with A. Megan.
I just have a question, or would like officers to clarify for us before we proceed on these options, because we've got the fair scenario summary that has the rating impacts on them. Those are now redundant because we've spent my understanding is those are now redundant because we've already spent the $1 million on the tertiary fares from July. So can officers just clarify that that is correct or not in terms of just because that line within our papers will now no longer apply.
Thank you, Megan. That's right. But the thing is, the $1 million will run out, won't it? So we still have to consult on the tertiary one and get it added into the annual plan so we can keep it going.
Chair, through you, Chair, that is my understanding. Yeah. We still need to engage on that, and it still needs to go through that annual plan.
That's my So we need to do number A. Is A influenced by any of the ones that you added? Can you please tell me which one?
It's not technically influenced, but it is if people supported option G, which is free fares limited to under 25 students, mobility and community card holders, then you would not need option A.
Okay, so I'm dealing with that right now. This is what happened. I'm moving from the chair, 9A. 9A, I'm moving from the chair. Okay, and I am also moving up. Does anybody want to amend 9A with the words that are in G? Is that what you're doing, Lan?
No, I'm just spelling out that G
Covers tertiary students also.
with free fares, not a concession.
We need to vote on A, and if you don't want A, if you think G's better, then that's your alternative, because that's where tertiary fares are. So you have to consider A and G together. So I could move a resolution, couldn't I, esteemed legal advisor, that the option I'm voting on is either you vote for item A or B or G. Don't confuse me anymore, please, Mr. Sunkel, even though you could be right. So I'm moving a resolution to say, do you vote for A or G?
Jenny, but I can't see A up there yet.
I can't see
Well, could we have them distributed before we vote?
It was G. It says free fares.
G's a new one, it's not.
It says under 25 students. Sorry, it could say, but if you're under 25, it could say tertiary students.
Most students would be under 25. Most tertiary students would be under 25. Most.
Yeah.
Differences then between A and Lan's one, which is G, is that there's all those words about the 40% child discount as far as I can see.
Can perhaps another way to be look at it is look at G and H first. Yeah, because if you go for H, then you don't need G.
No, you do, because it's about consulting on them. It's about consulting on the different options.
Well, then I want the whole H.
Well, all is really to do this, how we've got those all up on the screen now, is it's absolutely impossible to do it through this process. Only thing I can suggest is that four people or so who want to huddle in a corner and work out which four they want to put up. Yes, John.
There is another simple way of doing it in any list ranking is for every member to put the 4 options they vote for and have the staff collate those options and come up with the 4.
All right, let's do that. Okay, so no, Nathan. Okay, so John, you're going to move what? It's your idea. You tell me what you're moving.
Yeah. Okay. I would move on the acquiescence of legal counsel that all members vote their option 4 preferred options 1 through 4, and that legal counsel or an officer of the organisation counts up to see where we land with our 4 preferred options. Is that possible in a simple list ranking system?
Yeah, that's what we'll do. Good idea, John. Okay, so Craig.
Yeah, I can hear you.
What we're doing at the moment, Craig, is we're going to adjourn for a bit and we're going to all vote for the 4 that, oh, except we don't, is this recording? Because you don't tell them.
It's all good. I heard what was happening, so you don't need to explain it. It's all good. I'll send mine through somehow.
So I just want to make clear that, and get clear in my mind. Oh, it affects
This is, do you know, this is fantastic collaboration between staff and elected members, and this is what local government is aiming to do and achieve. So I think it's fantastic. I want to tell you that the winners are number A. A got 8 votes. The next winner is number E. It got 7 votes. Number F's a winner. It got 7 votes. And number G's a winner. It got 9 votes. So we're going out with A, E, F and G. Could everybody have a read through that and see if there's a muck-up? Well, just have a look and you can tell me what the A, E, F and G. Spot the muck-up. Including you, Stuart, if you can see any problems we've got with that. Did you hear what they were? Do you want to, have you got a sheet?
So A is tertiary, E is universal total fare across zone 1, 2, 3. F is single zone universal 3 fare, and G is 3 fares to under 25 students, mobilities, and card holders. $3 fare across.
And we haven't got the universal 3 fares, John. Where's that one? No, we don't. We didn't do H.
That's democracy.
Well, we're not even into. Oh.
Could I just seek some clarification? So for option E, is it that because it's a universal fare, adults and children pay $2, but the child daily fare is capped at $3?
Oh, hey, please don't hit the light on. We're back in the meeting. The meeting's resumed. I'm amending 9 to include the words that are on the screen at the moment. I shall read them, or somebody should read them out onto the screen for me. Who's going to read them out onto the screen for me? You could, Nicole. That
Staff recommend the following options, or I should say council agrees the following options are engaged on to inform the 2022-23 annual plan process. Tertiary, proposed concession fare trial for tertiary students equivalent to the current 40% child discount paid for by existing public transport fare trial funding in Greater Christchurch, or single zone, universal $2 fare, a larger single zone bus fare area that incorporates existing zones 1, 2 and 3 representing Greater Christchurch with a reduced adult bus fare of $2 with child fare capped at $3 per day and paid for by increase in urban public transport rates in Greater Christchurch. Option F, single zone universal $3 fare, largest single zone bus fare area that incorporates existing zones 1, 2 and 3 representing most of Greater Christchurch with an adult bus fare of $3 with child fares remaining at $1.50 paid for by increasing the urban public transport rates in Greater Christchurch. And G, free fares limited to under 25 students and mobility and community card holders paid for via rates by increases in urban public transport rates across Greater Christchurch.
Thank you, Nicole. So that's moved by me, seconded by Nicole. Is that all right with you, Nicole? Questions, Councillor Mackenzie.
I promise you I don't want to prolong this agony any longer, but I just was wondering what the logic is between the differences between E and F in terms of how you deal with children's fares. It seems to be a complication which makes life difficult for people to understand. And I'm simply interested in the logic behind the difference, really.
As the seconder, I'm happy for the vote to say childcare is only at $1.50.
Well, what's the threat here? Why, do you know that each we voted that we just need to clear up that each of you know what they're
Just to say from listening to what Stuart said, it's much like it's feasible to do with the system as it stands to have $1.50 each way, which is the $3 cap, and then that's no more you don't spend. That's feasible. Whereas $2 one way and then an extra $1 going the other way, cap it, is not feasible with our current system. Is that right? It was creating, or you'd have to investigate it. So it's an additional complexity that doesn't seem to add any benefit to it.
Right, well, we'll leave it as it is.
Well, I guess, look, Jenny, Madam Chair, if I could just understand my logic. You know, we're offering, presumably trying to offer different options. And the difference between E and F is effectively adult fare is a $2 fare versus a $3 fare. And if we, I just, you know, it would be nice to understand the logic of trying to make the child's fare more complicated than it already is. If all we want to do is, if we want to have a cheaper fare for children in the first option, maybe we should just have a $1 fare or something. I don't know.
Childcare doesn't change from current.
It doesn't either.
It's written slightly differently, but it doesn't change from current. E says adult fares are changed to $2. It doesn't say child fares are changed to $2. Where?
It's saying $2 flat fare, and then a child is capped at 3. So it's
adult bus fare $2, child fare capped at $3 max. It doesn't say how you reach that $3 max. So $1.50 fares is $3.
Yep.
Well, I'm ruling that point of order is not going to be going anywhere. We'll leave it as it is. And who seconded it? You did. I'm going to put to the vote. All those people in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? Nobody against. That's carried. So we've got that. That is like a marathon. Thank you very much, everybody. You've done wonderful. Now, have we got anything else, Catherine? There was something else. We've
adjusted it.
You've adjusted it.
Through this amendment that you did.
You did very good work. No, right. So nobody needs to even. Yeah, okay. That's finished. I want to thank Stuart very much for his perseverance with us. And is there another issue? Yes, ask what you like. Yes, the answer must be, what did he say? Oh, Timaru. So did we have a resolution round here for Timaru before? Excuse me, Stuart. Did we have a Timaru option on here before? All right. So I think what you quickly tell us what the option is then. Oh, you can put your mic on now.
I think the simplest option is for us to model this for Timaru, so you've got the options in front of you. And you can then decide, recognising that if we present the Timaru options to the Timaru community, it impacts on their rating as well.
Okay, so how does that relate to what's it called, the bus down there at the moment? My Way.
I think no, I think you just changed Greater Christchurch to Canterbury.
All right, we'll take your advice.
The problem with is that this is to be funded by transfer rates across Greater Christchurch.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm pretty nervous about you saying we're going to fund it across the whole of Canada.
I think it's got to be just Greater Christchurch. I'm not sure what you mean about Timaru. If we're going for My Way, aren't we actually trying to get My Way to continue? And doesn't that mean to say the other buses won't be operating down there? Well, it's only going to be rating in Greater Christchurch. So do we need words saying that, Stuart? That could be what you're telling us. It's clear that it says that? All right. What does it mean? Sorry, I couldn't hear. Could you pop your speaker on again?
So the tertiary concession decision you've made applies in both Timaru and Greater Christchurch. But these other options are specific at the moment to Greater Christchurch.
Why do those ones apply in Timaru?
No, only the tertiary concession.
Oh, because the tertiary down.
Yes, yes, yes. No.
No, we don't. They're just Greater Christchurch. Isn't that right, Peter?
My view on this is that they should apply to Greater Christchurch. I think the space in terms of this process in Timaru would just confuse the My Way stuff down there. And as a councillor from down there, and I'm sure Elizabeth would support me, just leave it at GCP.
All right, okay. And so it's now carried and passed. So that's excellent. Now, just tell me what I said we're going to do next. Go into public excluded. Yeah, public excluded. Yeah, cool. Okay, everybody, we're now moving a resolution to. Oh, it's got to become the substantive motion, do you mean?
Sorry,
I think that's become got to become the substantive motion. I didn't even mention that. All right, everybody, just hold fire. I'm moving that as a substantive motion now because I'm seconded by Councillor Megan Hands. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There being nobody against, that's carried. Thank you. Now, what's the story now? I've done it. Okay. All right. Now I'm moving a resolution to move into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Vicky Southworth. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. There's no one against. We're in public exclusion.
Saying we're not bringing anything out.
I move that we're not bringing anything out of public excluded, seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. All those in favour, please say aye. There being nobody against, that's carried. I'm now moving, seconded by Grant Edge, that we're coming out of public excluded. All those in favour, please say aye. There's been nobody against, that's carried. And I'll just quickly go through those other things at the back of the agenda. What are they? We've got none of them anyway. What are they? Oh, we had a question on notice. Do you want to do that now, councillors, or do you want to leave it to Wednesday? You'll do it on Wednesday. Wednesday, okay. There's no other things, so I declare the meeting closed. No, apparently we're having the extraordinary meeting. Yeah, so we're having an extraordinary meeting. All right, on Wednesday. All right, thank you all very much. That's a complex solution. That is actually managing at the rescue. Come on, Craig.
Kia ora tātou. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou mō koutou mahi tēnei rā. Ki ngā kaimahi, ngā ringa raupa o te kaunihera, ngā kaunihera hoki. Tino mahana kia koutou. So seeing everybody first up, staff and councillors alike, as well as the great public forum we had this morning as well. So just acknowledging everybody for a massive day and a massive effort. Thanks, Jenny, for your leadership and everybody for contributing. Ai, he karakia whakamutuku o tātou nei hui. Unuhia ki te uru tapu nui a tāne kia wāte, te māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua i te ara takata, koiara e rongo whakeiri aki ki runga, kia tīna, haumie, huie, tā ki e.